All right, folks, we have a full city council in attendance, so I'm going to call this meeting to order for our regularly scheduled meeting, October 13, 2020. So thank you very much for everybody calling in tonight, and we have a very full agenda. So at this point, I will ask folks to speak the Pledge of Allegiance in your space and wherever the nearest flag is. And so we will take a moment to do that. All right, coming back. Again, we have a very full agenda this evening, so thank you very much for your participation. As people are coming in, please make sure that you have access to the agenda so you can follow along. We are going to, I believe, move the closed session to the end of the meeting, I believe is what we had decided on. We can, I was looking at an earlier version of the agenda for this evening. Thoughts on that from the council, if we want to get to business tonight and then go to the closed session, or what are thoughts from the council on that?
I prefer to go to business first and do the closed session at the end.
I concur. I agree.
Okay, so our first order of business then is to amend the agenda. We'll get to that part where we approve the agenda. Actually, sorry, that's next. So I hear a motion to move the adjourned or the closed session to the end of the meeting and get into business. So I'm going to make that motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you for that. Any other discussion now on the agenda for approval for this evening from the council? Any discussion from the public on the agenda? All right, hearing none. We need a motion then to approve the full agenda.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the full agenda for tonight.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we're moving on to, we have minutes from two separate meetings. Our first set of minutes for approval for consideration of people is from August 11th. Do we have substantive changes that we wish to make to the 11th minute?
I do.
Richard?
Yes. When I looked at the attendees, I wasn't included on that meeting, although I was there and I'm noted as making comments, but I'm not in the attendee list.
All right. We will get that. We'll have to add. Specifically, do you want us to add regarding that?
That's all.
That has been noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from the council on the 11th agenda? All right. Any public comment? All right. Hearing none. Can we have a motion to approve the August minutes?
I'll make a motion that we approve the August 11th minutes.
Second the motion?
We have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And my video's off because I keep losing you with it on, so.
All right, David, we understand. I'm now going on to the minutes from the September 8th meeting. Any substantive changes or comments regarding the minutes of the September 8th meeting? Richard?
Same comment. I'm not listed as being an attendee, but I'm quoted inside the minutes.
Very good.
Correct.
Other comments? Okay. Comments from the public? Very good.
I have a comment from, it's hard, as we
go
picked it up, I have a comment on the September 8th minutes. Anita Thompson.
Go ahead, Ms. Thompson.
Sure, thanks. We need to include the city engineer Steve Allen's response to my question regarding the status and timeline for the Van Wyck emergency water main bypass. After I asked that question, Steve Allen responded that I had asked an important question. And then he said something to the effect that he was working on the plans and that they were planning to work on the bypass project later in the month, in the beginning of October. And I also received something similar to that from the city manager in the September 12th email. So I don't know what the tape said, so if you could go back and listen to the tape, he did respond to my question. I think that should be included in the minutes, the response. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on that, Gabe, on what to include?
No questions. I'm flipping to that section right now, and I will, I'll have to listen to the audio, but we can handle it however you'd like. We can return these minutes at the next meeting if that's the pleasure of the council, with some corrections, or we can, just amend as Ms. stated. It's totally up to you guys.
My wish would be that they're returned either way, so we can see what's been done.
Sounds good to me.
Any other comments regarding the September 8th minutes from the meeting? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion with the addition from Ms. Thompson?
I'll make that motion that we accept the minutes as amended.
Second.
Thank you. First from David, second from Jack. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. At this point, we will have council report and committee assignments. I'm going to go around to my Zoom screen, starting with Mr. Groovy. No, sorry.
Yes, okay, thanks. I'd like to say first, there's an election November 3rd. I'm on the ballot. I do have opposition. So I'm ready to hold the seat. I got a lot of things in motion with entities and with the tribe and at RCA and stuff. So I really hope I get to keep this seat and be part of this community, especially in such a pivotal time in our society. Okay, my Humboldt, the Hazardous Management Response Authority canceled their meeting. They have quarterly meetings because of COVID. They canceled this one. They're usually not that substantive. I mean, they just update you and they give you a lot of options, but there's not, I don't feel like I missed anything, but they are there if we need them. So RCA, I'm really enjoying that. I've attended the webinars. I've attended 4 out of 5 so far of about, I got several hours invested in those webinars now, and I'm learning a lot about the future of energy development and procurement in the area and bringing Trinidad along. That also allows me to be on a subcommittee for racial equity. So I'm working on their policy as the RCA, but I'm going to spill it over into our own policies at Trinidad with information and data I think would be helpful for our situation. It's sharing information and reaching out to the tribe to get them more involved with Redwood Coast Energy Authority, because the Yuroks are all over here too, and they want to probably know what's going on with their future of their energy. So that's what I'm working on. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davies?
Yes, Trinidad Trails Committee met and a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago, we reviewed, I think it will be our final review of the trails policy from the committee. It's going to come to the city council next for review and approval. The next regular meeting for the Trails Committee will be next Tuesday, the 20th of October. We'll be discussing some items such as budget, signage, and a few other trail-related items. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Klumpus?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful. So there's a lot here. I submitted a report in writing to help people follow up. I just want to go over some of the highlights. I'm the representative for the Indian Gaming Benefits Committee. And I spoke with Steve Madrone and also Kathy Hayes, which is the clerk of the board for Humboldt County. This committee has not been active since 2011. It was set up in the state to mitigate impacts of Indian gaming, but there's no budget for this particular committee, although it must remain at least listed as being active because it's in the state's budget, although there's no money portion for this. So to conclude, I've actually been listed by the Kathy Hayes, the clerk of the board, as the City of Trinidad representative. Should this fund receive money again and become active. Number two, the Humboldt Waste Management Authority. This is an agency that is comprised of members of Arcata, Blue Lake, Eureka, Ferndale, the County of Humboldt, and Rio Dell. It's really to support waste management. They process 90,000 tons of residential and commercial waste every year. But the city of Trinidad, being a population of about 380, has never been a member of this organization or board. And after reviewing a meeting with Jill Duffy, the executive director, I'm not recommending that the city of Trinidad become a member. I just don't think it's a worthwhile use of our time, being the size that we are. Again, we've never been a part of the authority at this point. But after recognizing what the authority does, I don't really see a benefit to our city to becoming a bona fide member and applying. The one thing I did learn is that CRV remains decertified for Humboldt County. And I was able to research for those folks that have either their garage filling up with CRV material or their backyard, they can drive to Crescent City because Del Norte County is active with CRV to the Hambro Forest Products, and they can get reimbursements there, or the GH Outreach of Del Norte. It's a nonprofit service group for developmentally disabled. Brings a trailer and parks it at the park and ride on Tuesdays at noon. So you could donate your CRV materials to them on a weekly basis, which would help them with their fundraising. So at least we have two opportunities to get rid of your CRV. But I'm not recommending, again, after attending this, understanding that Trinidad's never been a member of the organization, that as a very small town that would be of any benefit to us. I'm certainly happy to accept any feedback from the group if they feel different, but I'm just not convinced it's the best way to spend our limited resources and time. I'm also a representative for the California Coastal National Monument Gateway Committee. This is a committee that works with the Bureau of Land Management to protect and provide public enjoyment of the coastal California. And the organizations that are a part of this is the Trinidad Coastal Land Trust, the California State Parks, Bureau of Land Management, and the Trinidad Museum. And currently, Carol Vandermeer, the executive director of the Land Trust, is providing leadership. The first meeting I can attend will be October 20th. I look forward to attending that as a city representative. The next is the Humboldt County Visitors Bureau. It used to be called the Humboldt County Convention Visitors Bureau, but they eliminated that because they really can't service conventions over 500 people. I got to meet and talk with Julie Benbow. She's the interim executive director. You may know her as being the past executive director of the Sequoia Park Zoo in Eureka. She really helped to turn that organization around. Anyhow, Humboldt County was going to defund the organization, but they decided to fund it for the next 2 years. And what they do is support tourism in Humboldt County. One of the most important parts for our city is their support of the website called visitredwoods.com. And there's a number of things on that website that would support tourism in Trinidad, but needs to be updated. And so I've taken upon myself over the next few weeks to reach out to those folks who have regular festivals in Trinidad, although this would not be a good representative year. But those organizations or festivals will be like the Fish Festival, the Taste in Trinidad, the Clam Beach Run, Memorial Day Lost at Sea Reading, the Trinidad Bay Arts and Music Festival, the National Monument Festival, the Thanksgiving Day Blessing of the Fleet, the Santa Claus Boat Celebration, and Trinidad Art Nights. So what I will do is work with them to get that information so that the visitredwoods.com website can be updated. And the best part is that Julie's going to do it at their organization's expense. We can provide photographs, text, but they'll do all the work to update it. So I'm looking forward to working with them. And the final committee is the Trinidad Water Committee. That's with Jack, myself, Jack West, the Mayor Pro Tem, and Eli Naffa, the city manager. We're currently working, we've met twice. We're currently working on a drought communications plan that I think will become more important as time goes on here. And I'm viewing this committee as being more of an ad hoc committee working on a specific project than a standing committee. If that's incorrect, please correct me, but I'm looking at this as being a specific project that we can accomplish. And once we accomplish that, I'm not sure if it needs to meet on a regular basis if we're making progress for that part. So that, in a nutshell, is my committee report. If there are any questions, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer them as best I can.
Any questions for Richard? Thank you very much for your work.
Okay.
Mr. West.
First of all, I'd like to compliment Richard on working with our water committee. He's been doing a great job of putting a nice plan together. I think you'll hear about it soon and be very happy with it. So we have had a couple of meetings and we're working on that, but he explained it very nicely. There was an HCOG meeting. I don't have anything to report this month, and they're canceling the next one. So I won't hear from HCOG for a while. That's all.
Thank you very much. I attended the REDEC, the Redwood Region Economic Development meeting again this month, and we continue to, through that organization, give out small grants to local businesses to get to either start up or to expand. They have secured additional funding. That organization is incredibly active and innovative, and so they've increased their loan amount to give out to local businesses. So even through COVID, there's been some COVID relief efforts as well as new startups. So happy to be part of that group. I do want to report out, we will have minutes from our special meeting, the second meeting in September with the Yurok tribe. We will have minutes, but I did want to give a brief report out at this time. I will have a written summary of the report, but I'm going to refer to just a couple of notes I have. During executive session, a variety of topics were covered, many of them intertwined. The Trinidad City Council heard histories and comments from the Yurok Tribal Council that provided a deeper understanding of the importance of cultural resources. Councilors from the city, through dialogue, have begun to learn how to incorporate consideration of culturally significant resources when discussing and deciding on city-initiated activities. And then the individual items that were discussed were the Churai management team, the transfer of land from the city back to the Yurok peoples, the Trinidad Trails Committee, Van Wyck and Galindo Trails, and water for the casino. All of those were, again, intertwined, and I'll have a full report out on that in writing for our future, at our next meeting when we can have those minutes. But really, the take-home message was that we discussed policy, guiding the city and meeting with other governments. We discussed activating the Churai management team, and we discussed continued efforts to address cultural resources affected by trails in and around Trinidad. So please look for a much more detailed summary at our next meeting. But I did want to let folks know that we had a productive time with the Yurok Tribal Council. And that is all that I have for my report. At this point, I'd like to move into staff report. Eli, please take it away.
Thank you. So I've included my staff report in the agenda packet, and number one, we have our 150th anniversary of Trinidad, which will happen on November 7th, and there are pins that are prepared that will be distributed throughout the city. A candidates forum through the League of Women's Voters for the 2-year contested council seat is not going forward. They were planning it possibly for this Thursday. So Dave Grover was willing to attend, but Mike Morgan did not want to attend virtually. He wanted something in person. So the League of Women Voters decided that they wouldn't go forward with that candidates forum. And then Measure E is on the ballot. I had asked the League of Women Voters if they would have something regarding Measure E, but they said that it was that they were unable to prepare something for us, such as some kind of a question and answer period. So I'm hoping to do something along that line to help answer any questions the community has. Measure E, of course, is the renewal of the 3/4 cent sales tax that the city uses and relies on for the various expenses, because we are a small city. This way it allows us to get additional revenue from visitors to the city, since they are utilizing a lot of our services and impacting our roads and so on. I also reported on League of California Cities Conference, which was held last week, and I attended that virtually. And there were a number of sessions, including the Rural Cities Information Exchange and the Coastal Cities Group. Those were both very interesting. And as far as the cell towers, AT&T has informed us that they have completed their Quarry Road site. And as a result, they have turned that on at the beginning of October. And I verified today that they did turn off the Trinidad head site. So as a result, whoever is receiving service from AT&T, you are now receiving it from the Quarry Road site. They did indicate that the old tower at Trinidad Head was a 3G versus the new tower that they have on Quarry Road is a 4G. So it has several other bells and whistles that make the reception hopefully better for AT&T in Trinidad. So anyone who does have AT&T coverage in Trinidad, let us know if you're happy with the coverage or if you're having any problems, so we could relay it to them. In addition to that, they indicated that with the new tower on Quarry Road, it does have internet broadband capabilities. So if you wish to receive the internet through AT&T, you have that option. It would be similar to fiber, but it would be through a small antenna that they would install at your place of business or your residence, along with a router. Also, as far as the Verizon, they of course have a tower at Trinidad Head, and they've added one new tower on Quarry Road, but it's not as tall as the AT&T tower. So as a result, they are working on a second tower in West Haven. The update that they gave me is that the building permit is expected to be issued in November. The West Haven Fire Department has a number of comments to the building department, and the building department on the county level is reviewing them. And the Trinidad Head site will continue to be on air until the West Haven site kicks in. And they'll let us know when that date of completion comes around. Let's see, I also have, let's see. Oh, I did want to indicate about the water. So the flow in Luffenholtz Creek has gone down, and we have been monitoring it, and we were hoping that the rain over the weekend was going to help increase the level again. But it unfortunately wasn't enough rain to get into the creek. It was mostly rain that was steady and therefore saturated in the ground where it fell for the most part. So as a result, the creek level is below what Fish and Game likes to have, Fish and Wildlife from the state. And as a result, I contacted them today. And then we also are asking our residents, and we will be sending letters to the residents and also sending letters to the other county residents that are around the creek to conserve water. It's, you know, until we start getting the rains, it's a good idea to conserve water. So I do want to have that message go across to everybody. I think that's all that I have for the time being. So I'll turn it back to the mayor.
I definitely want to comment on, David, I want to thank you for agreeing to have an open forum, candidate forum, and I'm sorry that you're not able to see that one through. So thank you very much for putting yourself out there. I had some good questions for you. Any questions or comments from the council for Eli, for our city manager? And we can expect the notification of the water conservation to go out this week, early next week. What's your timeline on letting folks know about the water flow?
Yes, I'm hoping that the water committee can meet tomorrow, and we'll talk about that.
I have a question. Yes, I noticed in the staff report there was something about Deckyard Technologies. Can you explain a little bit more about Deckard Technologies? Eli?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry, I was just getting a drink of water.
All right.
So Deckard Technologies, and I had met them at the City Managers Conference in February in Napa, and then also they were present during the virtual League of California Cities meeting this week, and touched base with the one representative from the company. So Deckard Technologies has been working with tracking short-term rentals throughout the state. And what they do is they go on the various platforms, approximately 17 platforms, such as Airbnb and VRBO, and they track and then they compare in the particular city. For instance, in Trinidad, we show that we have 31 STRs, but to Trinidad, when they look it up, they see 44. So I indicated to them that generally speaking, it's probably some places that are outside in the county. But either way, they help us track to make sure that all STRs are registered and reporting. And they also track to see the reservations so that we make sure that we're getting the proper amount of revenue from the STRs. They also have a particular software which is called Rentalscape, and they'll make that available to the city. Generally speaking, they charge for small cities $1,500. But in talking to them, and I told them we're only 1 square mile, and that we think we have a pretty good grip on how many rentals we do have, that they were willing to do it for $500. And I thought it would be a good idea to have it for a trial basis for 1 year and see how it works. They feel that we can make some money on that in the sense that if there is non-compliance, that it could add to the revenue. Either way, it's almost like an insurance policy that we know that one of our major revenue sources is reporting properly and that we're receiving the proper amount of revenue.
So this would this be able to match up with Richard's presentation of a month ago. We're hearing for the auditing that this is something that dovetails with TOT auditing.
Yes, yes. So it'll have that ability to do the auditing and complement the auditing. And then we also do have the auditing on the agenda as far as having it incorporated into our the STR, actually the TOT ordinance, into the transient occupancy tax ordinance. So yes, they will dovetail.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Eli? All right, thank you very much. Also, thank you for continuing to put it in writing, Eli. It's nice to be able to refer to the reports. At this point, we'd like to move into items from the floor. I just want to read this. At this time, members of the public may comment on items not appearing on the agenda. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments should be directed to the council as a whole and not to individual council members or staff. Council and staff responses will be minimal for non-agenda items. At this point, I would like to open it up for items from the floor. Go ahead, Ms. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can see you guys have an action-packed agenda tonight, so I'll keep this short. I just had a couple of things that I would like to suggest to the council that we add to future agendas, or perhaps direct to other staff, or to staff or committees, or to the planning commission. One is a suggestion for the development of a signage master plan for the city. Such a plan would incorporate wayfinding and public signage to get vehicles and pedestrians around the streets and the trails in town, and would be informed by the upcoming traffic study. And then also, when we have input, it would be great to get that feedback incorporated into the signage master plan from the UROC, tribal entities, the California National Monument, Gateway Community, and the Trail Committee, et cetera. So there are a number of folks working on signage right now. I think it'd be great to roll it up into one master plan. And I know we've exchanged email about this, but I wanted to get this in the record. Secondly, I wanted to bring the council's attention to a suggestion made by John Graves, the former chair of the Planning Commission, and then also echoed recently on Nextdoor, the social media platform, for an emergency evacuation plan that we would incorporate into the city's emergency operations plan, and would likely require someone working with Green Diamond to get keys to the roads and some sort of block and tackle work that would need to be done there. And then also just the plan being created and perhaps signage or communication to the public. So a lot of concern right now about wildfires specifically, but this would also be useful in any emergency evacuation. And then lastly, I wanted to thank the Water Committee, Richard, Jack, and Eli, on behalf of the Planning Commission, for helping with the water shortage contingency plan, and most specifically with this communications plan that they've developed. It's really good, and we really appreciate it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Other items from the floor?
Can I briefly comment on what she said?
Yes. And then we'll get to you, Shirley.
Yeah, I did. The mayor did reach out to me about the signage and stuff, and I've talked to Gabe and them about, or I talked to Angela, but I have to talk to Gabe about getting the plan that the HSU students did a practicum, and they did a nice flow chart I had the luxury of attending school with some of them and an actual policy club with one of them. So I think I can interpret it pretty well, and I can make contact with them for other areas. And I've also talked to Eli about some infrastructure changes. I've been policing the head every day and just thinking and coming up with ideas of how we can do this with signage and keep it safe and efficient and have a centralized plan with the tribal members too. And I think that's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Ms. Laus?
Okay, I didn't hear you specifically call for public comment on the staff reports. Can I do that now?
Yes.
Okay. I just heard you call, for other council input, so I didn't want to interrupt. On Richard Klompus, on the report, I appreciated the written bullet points. It was very clear and easy to review, prior to your verbal report. I just want to make a note on number 3, California Coastal National Monument Gateway. The second to the last bullet, it said that the Dispersed Coastal Festival was canceled. Actually, that was not canceled. The CCNM Planning Committee withdrew the permit request because it went virtual. So it was held as a virtual live Facebook event. So I just wanted to make that clarification, because if we're reading this in the future, I just wanted it to be a correct reflection. And then there are many, many more representatives on the partners that make up the CCNM. You mentioned a few, but there's, maybe a dozen or two more. And the Trinidad Rancheria is one of the founding members. So we've been members of the CCNM Gateway for almost 20 years now. Just to clarify that. And then I had a question on Eli's. You mentioned the water flow notice and that you wanted to wait until the water committee could meet tomorrow. And I didn't catch that. Then you're going to release a report to the public after you meet tomorrow? Something about the Department of Fish and Wildlife? Did I hear that correctly? Because that wasn't in your written report.
Yeah, it was not in the written report because we just got the reading yesterday. And the reading yesterday showed that our water level in Luffenholtz Creek is at 0.836. And I called Fish and Wildlife because they want us to report when the level in the creek is below 0.86. So it was just a call to Fish and Wildlife. They haven't returned my call yet, but we're supposed to notify them when it falls below the 8.86 level. Our meeting tomorrow is intended to talk about how we can spread the word to the water customers and also to the residents that live around the creek, encouraging everyone to try to conserve water in the short term until the rains start coming.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that clarification. I was trying to write everything down. And then one last question on Steve, on your report. Just have a clarifying question on the Yurok tribe G to G session. And it was in 2 parts. So, to go into closed session, you had to log on to another website or another phone number. And I just wanted to ask, did all 5 city council members log into that other session and were present?
Yes, all 5, full council on both sides, a quorum on both sides.
I know that there was in the public portion of the meeting. I just wanted to confirm that everybody was present on that second login. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment. Other items from the floor?
Hi, this is Sarah from the Tri-Ancestral Society, and I just wanted to make a comment as we continue to talk about signage throughout the city, that that everyone keeps in mind as you kind of go through different smaller groups and things like that, to pay attention to the Tri Management Plan, because the Tri Management Plan does address signage, and anything that's done around the study area or that's covered within the Tri Management Plan needs to go through the Tri Management team. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Other comments or items from the floor, rather?
Could we try to unmute the phones? Because I know there's one person and I'm not sure they know how to unmute for public comment.
I am unmuted.
Okay, thanks.
Hello,
Go ahead.
this is Dorothy. I didn't know if I had to wait to be unmuted. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I have three things I wanted to talk about, and I think Eli covered at least one of them. I'm very, very disappointed that there will not be a candidate forum. I started asking about this 2 to 3 weeks ago and finally got a response from Eli that he was trying, and I appreciate his effort. I cannot understand when we have such an issue. We have so many issues in this town, and we finally have candidates that aren't just appointed, that we are not able to have a candidates night. Could we not even facilitate this in a Zoom meeting or a meeting similar to what I'm doing right now? No one has to leave their home. Would Mr. Morgan not be agreeable to doing something similar to what we're doing right now? We could post this. I have volunteered to do some notifying. I just think this is too important of an issue, and I know the time is running out, but I started asking quite a while ago. But this is too important of an election this year with the candidates, and I appreciate Mr. Grover, so appreciate you willing to do this, but I don't understand why we can't get this going. The other thing I wanted to ask about was I sent a letter. Jacques Lopre had apparently sent a letter to the city regarding nasty activity over in the Greenbelt, east of the unmowed area. And I thought I had sent an attachment to everybody that you could all see what we found in the Greenbelt over there. We have major problems over there, and having the grass not mowed and the area high, the grass high, it really does not help the situation over there. Mary Klein and I cleaned the whole area up. I thought I had sent it so Gabe could include it in the packet, but I think I didn't do it in the right format. But I did just send it to all of the council members. I want you to see what was there. This is not the first two big camps we've cleaned up. Mary and I have cleaned up many, but I want you guys to be aware of what goes on over there. And it's not something that's on the agenda, but it does bear looking at and being aware of some of the things that we are finding out to be true in this town, that I guess people that just walk around the streets don't really realize the issues that are here, but boy, oh boy, my eyes are open now. The third thing is I sent an email to Eli a couple of weeks ago and then followed up again today and got a response from today. We all sat on a meeting. I can remember exactly where I was, my first Zoom meeting, where we talked about the county ordinance for the COVID moratorium, for the bed and breakfast, for the hotels, everything we've all been doing for the last 6 months. And this city made an agreement, and we pretty much have done really, really well. I'm very proud of this town and what I see around town. I'm proud of the STR businesses that stuck with this. We had one business that did not stick with it. And so I asked more than once of Eli, what has become of that? Have you reached out to the local bed and breakfast? They started having guests way before they should have, and all they had to do was say they were exempt. The email I got from Eli today says, the attorney said we could not enforce the resolution for STR moratorium because only an ordinance can be used to impose fines or penalties. We never received a response from the bed and breakfast as to which nights had exempt guests. That's unacceptable to me. as someone who participates in the city decision making, I keep myself informed. I do what all of us have been asked, not only of our city to do, but of our county to do. This was unacceptable, and to just let this go by the wayside and not, I don't say demand, but not expect or hope that you would get a response from a business in town that is flaunting their own beliefs. Everybody in the county is doing the best they can. To say we never received a response from the B&B as to which nights had exempt guests, something needs to be followed up. Sorry I feel that way, but it's just wrong. So I don't know what we can do about it this time. The other thing I listened to Eli just discuss was the cell tower thing, and I heard about AT&T and the Complete and the 5G, but I missed the part while I was taking notes about Verizon, when we can expect the Verizon portion of that to come down. And I'm sorry I missed that. I know it was probably said, and I just didn't hear it. If someone could just clarify that for me. And I also sent one other letter that will hopefully be included in one of the discussion decision items tonight, and I think it's included in the packet. So sitting here cleaning huckleberries in my house, didn't want to have to do all this again, but I'm really upset about the candidate forum, and I'm really upset about the no response, and that you're just going to let it go. I don't think that's fair to the rest of us in town, nor to the other businesses in town that did their part. That's all I have. Thanks.
Eli, can you respond regarding question about Verizon?
Yes, the email message that I received from Verizon says the building permit is expected to be issued in November for the West Haven site. The fire department has many comments in West Haven that is going through the building department on the county level. They're reviewing it, and this extends the review time, is what they say in the email. They add that the Trinidad Head site will be needed until the West Haven site is on air. We will give you dates for completion when we can provide, when we can move the project forward. Okay, that's what they said. I was trying to read it in somewhat darkness.
Okay, so my question would be that then the city is still realizing the rental fee and half again as much, or what I call the big buck. We'll still get that from Verizon until this is done, and I understand that it's going through the process, but September 18th came and went by already, so the city still will be receiving the big money, right?
Yes, we continue to receive 150%.
All right. I guess then they can just stretch it right on out. Okay, thanks, Eli.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Cox. Other items from the floor?
Could Eli respond to that, the candidacy forum a little more to tell her about the Zoom situation? To clarify?
I heard, David, I heard that you're willing and someone else isn't, but I still, it doesn't make sense to me that it can't be Zoom. So maybe Eli can clarify that.
Okay, yes, let me read from my notes here. Yeah, so basically the verbiage from the League of Women Voters is they said that Dave Grover was quite willing to attend a Zoom forum, and they said that Mike Morgan was dead set against it because it was via Zoom. He stated that he thinks politics should be in person.
Okie doke. Guess that says a lot right there.
Other items from the floor? Thank you for those who provided items from the floor. Appreciate it. And we will definitely incorporate this into many of these are future agenda items. So thanks again for your contribution. And I see that all the phones, the folks who called in were not muted. So I'm hoping everyone had a chance to speak who wished to. At this point, we are going to move on to the consent agenda. Again, I'd like to read this just for consistency's sake. All matters on the consent agenda are considered routine by the City Council and are enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of any of these items. If discussion is requested by any council member, that item is removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. A single opportunity for public comment on the consent agenda is available to the public. So at this point, do any councilors wish to pull anything from the consent agenda? Richard?
Yes, I'd like to pull the water report, please.
I'm sorry, which report?
The water report.
Okay. We will move the, we can move the water report to the first agenda item then.
Thank you.
Any other council have any wishes to pull anything from the consent agenda? All right. Any public comment on the consent agenda? Ms. Provost.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay, Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to suggest something to the council on item number 8, amending the resolution 2019-13, authorizing the Trails Advisory Committee. I can see that there's a couple of minor adjustments to the resolution. And I would like to suggest go to that section in purpose and to add a number 6, but I'd actually put it number 5 if I was to put it in order. Something like seek input from the Shurai management team. As you know, Mayor, we had talked with the York Tribe and the Shurai Ancestral Society about the importance of the Shurai management team and looking at the value of this group and adding input in our Aboriginal territories. So if we made number 5, seek input from the Shurai management team, and then make number 6, make recommendations to the city manager and city council on the maintenance and repairs of the trails. I think that would be an added suggestion I'd like to bring to the city council.
So, Sherry, unfortunately, that was very difficult to hear, but if I may, you're asking to basically pull this item and add it to a discussion action item to include certain components. I do know that the Shurai management plan and team will be future agenda items, at which point we can discuss that further. I would ask you to consider that only because tonight is the change tonight is really just about membership to make up for a lost seat when the Land Trust Executive Director left. But we can certainly bring it to the council for an action agenda item if other councilors wish to do that. Thoughts from the council on Ms. Provost's request?
I only heard part of it. Could you point out what page it's on the revised packet?
Let's see. Very far down the
Page 143.
Yes, and the actual resolution's on 144, thanks.
Thank you.
So again, are we hearing, are we wanting to move this to a discussion item? And if so, would it be number 2?
I couldn't hear enough of it to really get a good idea, but maybe we can get a written idea of what she'd like to do. I think it'd be fine. I just couldn't grasp it from hearing it now. But
Sherry, you might consider turning your camera off and try speaking again. Sometimes that helps with, because it was real, from what I heard, it was real choppy. So can you try again?
I think that if we're going to discuss it, it just needs to be removed. It can't be negotiated while it's part of the consent agenda.
Right. I want just to make sure that everyone knows what she's asking, why she wants to move it to discussion.
I heard that she wanted, and maybe she can correct me if I'm wrong, to add a portion in here to allow for input from the Sure management team. Am I right in hearing that, Sherry?
That's correct.
Okay. So does the council wish to move to number 2 for the discussion agenda item?
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Me too.
Okay. So can I have a motion then regarding the consent agenda, please?
I move to approve the consent agenda with the water report and the
Can you turn off all your devices, please? I'm having a hard time.
and number 8 regarding the Trails Advisory Committee be pulled.
A second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. So that pulls the items, the water report and the amendment to the Trails Committee ordinance. So with that, do we have a motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
First and second, all those in favor? Aye. Very good. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And at this point then, item number 1 on the discussion action agenda items is where the heck did it go? The water, I'm going to find it here in
It's actually under number 1, staff activity report.
Page 25.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so at this point, Richard, can you please pose your question that you would like discussed
Sure.
regarding the water portion of the staff activity report?
Yes. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Great. So one of the reasons that the Mars lander crashed on Mars was because of the imperial measurement system being mixed up with the metric system. If you look in June of 2012 and September 2012, the system pumped 38 million gallons one day and 33 million gallons the next day, and then lost 99% of it. So when I looked at this discrepancy and I talked to the city clerk, it really was because water pumped is in gallons and water use is in cubic feet. This system was corrected, but when you go back to the early ages of 2012, the system is not accurate. So my recommendation is, since this is an inaccurate report due to known problems, that it be withdrawn and that the water report be presented each month with only a 5-year history and the current average. And if the city needs to go back previous to that, it can be done, but it makes it very confusing to show that on 2 different days the system pumped 38 million gallons and lost most of it, and then the average monthly loss is 43%, which we know is not correct. So a solution would be withdraw this one, come back next month and do a 5-year history and the current average that would eliminate this particular error, because it's really comparing gallons to cubic feet, and the system isn't able to handle that. And because of it, the report doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless. It's inaccurate, and it would lead to bad conclusions about the water system.
Any further discussion on that? Seems pretty sensible to me.
Steve, if I might interject, I was just going to ask Gabe, because he's the one who runs the report, and I know it's not that easy to run that report. So I'm just going to ask Gabe if he can explain if that's possible or if it's awkward. Gabe?
There we go. Sorry about that. I couldn't find the mute button. Yeah, it is what it is. You know, like Mr. Councilmember Klompus said, I wouldn't call the report meaningless. I wouldn't go that far, but you know, had we removed the final page, I think the report could be very useful. Manipulating the data is not the most impossible thing to do as far as you know, showing only the report data for X amount of years. That is doable, but that, you know, that will remove any misconceptions that, you know, we lost 43% of our water. In the total history that of records being kept, which go back to, I believe, 2001, which this report shows. So, you know, it is not impossible, and it's doable, and accuracy is key. So, yeah, it's doable.
Thank you, Gabe. Other comments? I don't really think we need a motion on this. I think we're just really directing city staff. So any further comments for direction? Any public comment? All right, moving forward then to item number 2, amending the resolution 2019-13 authorizing the Trails Advisory Committee. There's been a request to consider the language as amended in the packet with additional language being added. And again, I'm gonna ask Ms. Provost to provide that language, although oh, there she is. Are you able to do so, Sherry?
I'll try this again. Thank you so much. It's just a suggestion as we're moving forward in recognizing the importance of the SURE management team. In section number 1, purpose, you have a list of elements where you advise and provide a forum for community engagement, etc. I was suggesting that we add number 5, seek input from the SURE management team, and number 6, make recommendations to city manager and city council on the maintenance and repairs of trails. So you just add one more area in there that you seek input from the SURE management team. That might not be needed. It might be where you're providing a forum for community engagement. Might include the SURE management team, but I think it might be helpful to spell it out separately so it doesn't get lost that it's within the community engagement, but it's actually separated out where you can actually get input from that team that was established, I think, way back in 2007, something like that, that needs to be re-engaged. That was just a suggestion since our last meetings that we've talked about the importance of that committee. Did everybody hear me okay on that?
I did. Comments or questions for the proposed addition to the ordinance? Sorry, the resolution? Go ahead, Ms. Blouse.
Okay, so my comment is I'm on the Trails Committee as an alternate for the Trinidad Rancheria. And in that committee, we already do take into account other processes like the management plan. We've talked about that in committee meetings. We refer to the written plan at times, just like we refer to the Trinidad Head study or the Trinidad Head report. Well, I can't remember exactly what it's called. We do refer to other documents, other reports. And if you remember, the Trinidad management plan is advisory only. It is not a policy. The other comment that I have is if you call out the management team as a specific entity to receive input from, then that is going against what the city acted on and verbally supported by not only your comments, but your actions in the past few years of not including Trinidad Rancheria in the management team meetings. In fact, we were specifically denied access to participate in those meetings, even though the city's policy 69 and the management, the True management document itself calls out Trinidad Rancheria as a stakeholder member. Yet we were denied participation. So I think that the management, the True management document, the plan, is included, is given due discussion. We have discussed it, so we have included it already in the Trails Committee discussions and meetings. So if you do choose to include it in this, then I interpret that as the city is supporting that the Trinidad Rancheria be included in those management team meetings because it's your city policy and it's also in the plan. So if you codify that in this document, I'm assuming that that also codifies that language that says Trinidad Rancheria must be consulted and be included as a stakeholder in that group. So it has more far-reaching outputs or whatever than just making sure that input is gathered, because I think we do gather input at the Trails Committee. They're open to the public. We have specifically solicited people to come when there's certain topics on the agenda. And like I said 2 or 3 times already, we have included the tree management plan more than once in this process. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sarah Lincana from the Tri Ancestral Society. And I'd like to say that, before we start drawing legal conclusions, I think it's important to keep in mind that this issue about the composition of the Tri management team is in litigation. We could move much faster at resolving that litigation if we could get our discovery requests filled by the Rancheria. So we're more than happy to keep that process moving along and get that resolved if everyone can get on board. But as far as the Trails Committee reaching out to other people, I'm not sure who those people are, but it isn't the Tri management team. And that's really what we're talking about here, is that through a settlement that the city entered into with the Tri Ancestral Society, we have a Tri management plan. And through that plan, it's supposed to be executed through the team. It doesn't say or a Trails Committee or any other group of people. It's supposed to be executed through the team. And anything else that we kind of want to say about it as far as who and what the roles are, that's in litigation. So, if we want to get into that, I think it would be important that we continue this and that we involve our attorneys, because I'm not comfortable moving forward or having the city decide or having the Rancheria decide what that means, because we've already asked a judge to do that. So if we're going to go around that legal process and come to a conclusion ourselves, then what are we doing in court?
Thank you for that comment, Sarah. The way I'm reading this, going back to the ordinance as stated, the committee membership is what we're talking about. This is an advisory group. The Trails Committee will consist of 1 city council representative, 1 planning commissioner, 2 city residents, 1 Trinidad Rancheria representative, 1 Yurok tribe representative, and 1 visitor services business representative. The city council representative will be appointed by the council and will serve as the committee chairperson. The planning commission will be recommended by the commission and appointed by the city. The tribal representatives will be appointed by the appropriate tribal governments and will provide their alternates. The city residents, as well as the visitor services business representative, will be appointed by the council. And so really, what we're talking about tonight is the membership of the committee, this advisory group, and perhaps we have entered into discussion a little bit outside of the intent of the resolution, just to talk about the advisory committee. But I'd love to hear some input from other councilors at this point. I know Jack and Tom are.
I'll go ahead and make a comment. So you're right, Steve, the revision is, as it was an oversight, perhaps on my part, that the visitor services business person was not included in the original list of appointees. When we just recently lost our visitor services person from the Humboldt Coast Land Trust, I reviewed the resolution and spotted the change, and the reason I put this forward is so that in case another representative from a different visitor services organization expressed interest, they had the opportunity and we would be able to appoint the person that the council wanted to appoint. I didn't want it to be a shift from just one person because they left to another person from the same organization. That didn't seem like it was opening up the membership to the rest of the community. So with that being said, in the first part where it mentions community outreach, I would consider the Shirai Ancestral Society as community. And I will agree with Shirley that we have spoken quite a lot about the Shirai Management Plan and the stipulations in it when we're talking about trails. I believe that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the members of the Shirai Ancestral Society are also members of the Yurok tribe, which has a representative on the committee, and maybe concerns can be brought to their representative from the Yurok tribe, as well as public comment during the meetings, which would be received as we're meeting. So I would hope just to leave the resolution as is with the proposed amendment changes, but I'd like to hear from others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davies. Other thoughts, interpretations, Mr. West?
I agree with Tom that I think I'd like to leave this. I believe if there's it seems like we got off track a little bit here, and I think if we really want to add something or make any kinds of changes, I think it needs to be forwarded to another time when we have time to look and think about what's needed, because it felt like we were here to just work on this committee membership thing, and we got kind of sidetracked into something else. So I think if there's a need that if people feel a need that this should be added, it needs to come up at another time, and we can look at it and spend a little more time with it.
Thank you, Jack. Other thoughts? I, too, I feel that this is a very important topic. I think from the last several meetings that we've had with the council, it's clear that the city is working towards revitalizing the management team, to review the plan, to continue pouring effort into that. And perhaps that is a place where, again, the advisory, the Trails Advisory is certainly an important component where it intersects with the study area. But I agree that that tonight's ordinance is really just to make sure that, resolution is just to make sure that our membership is consistent with the initial charter of the Trails Committee. With the departure of Ben Moorhead from the Land Trust, we just didn't have our T's crossed. I'd like to hear from folks from the community if it's okay if we move forward with the resolution as amended in the packet, and we have a clear need to revitalize the management team discussion because it feels like we're getting outside of the scope of the Trails Advisory Committee resolution.
Hi, this is Sarah again from the Tri Ancestral Society. So I want to be clear that I agree with Councilman Provolt's recommendation, but I think that getting into the argument of the composition of the management team is outside the scope of this resolution. However, it doesn't take away from what Councilman Provolt was saying, and I think most of it, so I won't try to interpret everything that she said. I think she can speak for herself very well, so I will leave that to her. But I think that from what I got from what I heard was that the Tri management team needs to be consulted. So the Rancheria has a representative that is on the Trails Committee. The Tri Ancestral Society does not. The Tri Ancestral Society is a 501c3 organization and is not in and of itself a tribal member. So we have our own recommendations and our own processes and our own board members. So while as individuals we are Yurok tribal members, we speak for ourselves as far as an organization. And so we have never been offered a seat at the Trails Committee, and that's fine, whatever. But it doesn't take away from the fact that, as everyone is kind of seeing, these issues do overlap. The Trails Committee is a new organization or a new committee. And the Tri management team has been in existence for many years now, since 2007, and we've been operating since that time. So, whether someone feels like they deserve a place on the table or whether they want to be a member now, that's a separate issue as to whether or not the Trails Committee consult with the Tri management team, because if they are looking at trails that are covered by the Tri management plan or that fall under policy 69, that has to be brought to the Tri management team as agreed to by the city.
Thank you for that, Sarah. Other comments? Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, so what I'm getting out of this is that the reason this was brought up is because Ben Moore had left and we needed to get the language correct to fill it. But what also has come up in this discussion that I wasn't aware of is that the Troy management team would prefer to be a committee member in addition to the Yurok tribe representative and the Trinidad Rancheria representative. And I don't have a problem changing committee membership. However, I don't know whether this review is the time to do that, or is it better done somewhere else, or let's just get it over with and get it done and we can move on. But it sounds to me as if, based upon what Sarah has shared, is that the Troy management team should be represented if they want to attend, in addition to the Yurok tribe and Rancheria representative as well. That's my take on it. But thank you.
And I think the real urging is that the Troy that there be included language in the resolution to consult with the management team. There's no one person that represents the team. So my understanding is that we're being asked to add to the resolution that the Troy management team be consulted, that the Trails Advisory Committee consult the Troy management team.
Yeah. This is Sherry Provolt. Thank you, Steve. You got that exactly right. This advisory committee, consults with the Shuri management team so that that plan and all the work that was done in that aligns appropriately. So you got the intent. Adjusting.
So it sounds to me like, so then the Coastal Conservancy, so would also be part of this consulting problem, reaching out to a lot of people. So we already have 7 members on this committee. Maybe the committee is is outgrowing its usefulness with having, we're going to need, 8 to 10 different representatives on this committee. These are open to the public. We take comment. I hear all of the comments being made. So if we want to change membership or the resolution itself, I think that has to be done at a different time. I was just trying to make this as open and transparent as possible because I'd left off one of the members to be appointed, and I didn't want it just to be a shuffle deck and put another person from the exact same organization in that when there could be other organizations that are fitting that membership when we put this original resolution through. So this has gone to public hearing before. So those are my comments.
And I do want to remind folks that the advisory committee does make recommendations to the council, which then brings in all of these other elements. And so when we do have council meetings, when we're considering recommendations from the Trail Advisory Committee, that's when other entities are also brought in, and the council needs to refer to the management team and the management plan with anything in and around the study area. So perhaps we already have this in place. I think it's a fruitful discussion, but I am going to ask the council to either consider the motion to make the resolution changes in the packet or something else. And so at this point, I would like to call it back to the council. I think we've heard from folks, and I think we have a lot of information. So if we could get a motion from the council, that would be great. You're on mute, Mr. Davies.
I move we accept the Trails resolution as amended or as revised and presented this evening.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All right, those in favor of the motion? Aye. Those opposed? Richard? Okay, thank you very much for the discussion. And again, I want to make it clear to folks who weighed in on this that the comments are still included and certainly relevant to future actions from the advisory committee to the council. So thank you very much for that. At this point, we will move on to now item number 3, Proclamation 2020-01, celebrating Indigenous Peoples Week. In the packet, we have Indigenous Peoples Day. That was an oversight. We are proposing this in this proclamation, Indigenous Peoples Week. And so Richard Klump has brought this to our attention. Richard, I ask that you lead this discussion, if you may.
Welcome you. So I think it's important that all of us realize we live in this wonderful area, and this was somebody else's land not that long ago, many of which were basically moved off. Some were killed, some were done in, and it's my feeling that in recognizing Indigenous peoples for the week, it permits the city of Trinidad to honor those who came before us and had this area. It's really nice that this has come up on a national basis, but I think it's really important for us as a city to make this recognition for Indigenous Peoples Week. And my hope is that this will probably pass very quickly this year, but my hope is that next year we can plan some activities when the coronavirus is gone, and we can do some things with local tribal members to honor their history and land and bring a recognition to their accomplishments, their culture, their form of government, and just the fact that they were there first. So it's my feeling that it's an honor to proclaim this from the city of Trinidad and do it for a week, and recognizing this year is a little bit tough, but next year hopefully we can have some activities planned that to really bring this to life, so to speak, and recognize again culture and history and their contributions.
Thank you, Richard. Do we have any comments from the council?
Thank you, Richard, for doing that and bringing that up and making that on the front, because I feel like since I've been on the council for over a year and a half, we've done a lot of resetting, and I like to continue with that so that when we move forward on these projects, we know that everybody is included in it, you know, because it is part of their land and it is going to affect their future, and they have a history here. So I think, the more we do of that now, the better. And I totally concur with your point of view on that.
Thank you. Other comments, comments?
I think it's important that we recognize the differences and bring out the resolution. So thanks, Richard. And I support the resolution. Maybe the post office will close for Indigenous Peoples Week for a day instead of Columbus Day next year.
Go ahead, Jack.
I just want to thank Richard for bringing this up too. I think this is very nicely put together and deserving.
Yes, thanks, Richard, and also Eli for helping us bring this together. I do want to make sure that we change day to week in the resolution or the proclamation. I'm sorry, and I do want to point out that this follows a lot of positive activities that we have had recently and that we look to in the future. So thank you very much for putting this together. I would like to open it up to the public for any comments at this time. Go ahead, Ms. Laux.
It's probably just a typo, but near the top where it calls out the name, True, it says villages plural, but then you name True right after it singular.
Which I'm having a hard time
it's
finding.
Near the top. It's near the top. I don't have it right in front of me. It's near the top in the second, maybe the second sentence.
Oh yes, yes.
I think it's a typo. If you just drop the plural, otherwise you'd have to name two.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Just a little thing. Thank you.
All right. At this point, I believe we need a motion to accept this proclamation.
If I could interject before you do have the motion. So along with the modification that Shirley's suggesting, as was noted before by the mayor and by Richard Klumpus, so recognition of Indigenous Peoples Week instead of day for the name of the proclamation. And then under the now therefore being proclaimed, I suggest having the language modified to say, shall recognize Indigenous Peoples Week during the week with the second Monday in October. And then twice later it says day instead of week. And other than those changes, I did want to compliment the city of Crescent City because Sherry told me that they were doing a proclamation. I reached out to them and they helped share what they had, and then we modified it to include what is particular to Trinidad. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I will make a motion that we accept the proclamation. Amended by Eli.
Like the second?
Richard seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much, Council, for this important act. And we are moving on to item number 4, discussion decision regarding water main replacement for Van Wyck Street. I believe our engineer, Mr. Allen, is on the call and wishes to give a preamble. Is that correct, Eli?
Yes, Steve should be on the call, and under my agenda, it's showing item number 2 under discussion.
Sorry, we had the,
He moved
the 2 items moved over.
Okay. Okay, so yes, Steve should be on the line.
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will kind of provide a brief overview of the plan set. There were several decisions made along the way in working with city manager, working with public works department, et cetera, and trying to design this and allow the water line replacement in a way that's kind of the least amount of excavation and trying to be culturally sensitive based on the feedback that we've received. We wanted to bring this back to council in order to just be transparent on what we're looking at, some of the decisions that have been made, where we are, make sure we're on the same page, and to provide opportunity for public feedback in case there's anything we're missing, just to make sure we're all heading in the right direction. So the plan set is intended to be just a set of plans with adequate notes for the city to reach out to their pre-approved contractors in order to receive multiple bids, and then of course hopefully proceed with the lowest bid for the work with one of the approved contractors. There's a couple key items in, I believe the plan set was in the packet, but on the plan view, one of the things I wanted to point out was that with the water line being replaced, which is what council directed, we also felt that it would be prudent to replace the storm drain at the same time, for the reason being that the water line is a temporary repair in order to provide water pressure, hydrant flows, et cetera, in the lower area of Trinidad. And while the work is being done in that area, we're very concerned about the current state of the storm drain. And we're not honestly sure if it's still functional or not. The Public Works Department had videoed the storm drain, I think maybe 3 years ago or so, and it was still functional at that time. But we felt it would be prudent and cost effective while we're putting a new water line to basically put a new storm drain parallel to that. So that's a slight deviation from what the council had approved prior. Public Works and everyone else seems to agree that that would be the prudent thing to do. The water line, a temporary water line, there's a product called Yellowmean that's basically intended to be temporary for water or sewer surface over periods of time. So it's not necessarily intended to be there for 10 years, but it is a product that can be on the surface, as in on the surface of the trail in this instance, for months or years, and it has a good service life and has been proven to be effective. That pipe is not necessarily cheap, and so realizing this is coming out of water reserves, the water line is a 6-inch water line, so we would use a 6-inch Yellowmean pipe to connect that. That makes sense. The storm drain is a 12-inch line, and as it's been pointed out, we don't really expect there to be a lot of storm drain flows, but there definitely is flow that gets in the concrete ditch on Van Wyck Street that needs to be conveyed so it doesn't exacerbate the existing slide. And so we felt it was prudent to go ahead and bring that 12-inch down to a 6-inch and basically have a 6-inch storm drain that just connects over that area, that it's unlikely to be overwhelmed or overflowed unless there happened to be a very, very large storm event. But when this system, this temporary repair is, subsequently permanently replaced with another water line and some other solution to the storm drain, the City Public Works Department would likely end up with these lines in their corporation yard for use as needed in some emergency in the future. And so having the 6-inch size on both of them would basically provide more of this type of pipe that interlocks and would be usable for the city in the future. So the slightly undersized storm drain compared to what's there existing seemed like it would be prudent and reasonable to do. Another, excuse me, another item that we wanted to point out was in order to try to minimize the amount of excavation that we're doing, because there will be some excavation necessary, is we're only excavating the existing utilities and their existing trenches. So we do have a requirement, as always, that the cultural monitor needs to be on site during any excavation, but also that we're only excavating in a previously disturbed utility trench where the water line or storm drain is. So we're trying to minimize excavation in other areas, and we're also not allowing the excavation or equipment, whether they're a small backhoe or excavator, can only be on the ends where you can currently basically drive in and have easy access, but we obviously do not want them down into the trail area or regrading anything down in the slump trail. So a lot of the work would be done by hand. Any of the excavation work would be subject to cultural monitor being on site, and then the short areas, approximately 20 feet or so for each line on each side, that would be excavated. The excavated material would be brought out, our new pipe would go in, and then that same material would go back in place. Looking at the plans to see if there was anything else that was critical that I wanted to bring up, and there's only one other item, and just to be clear, so mentioned that there's only minimal amount of excavation on either side, which means that the pipe in the trail would actually be on the surface of the trail. So it's specifically, we're trying to minimize excavation and provide continuity for both water, for potable water, and also for storm drains, that we're not trenching or digging or placing it along the trail. And that's probably, we're not sure how long of a temporary fix this is. It seems like that's a much better situation and also deals with the cultural sensitivity of the site better than trying to bury a line. And I think those were all the items that I had flagged to mention. Eli, I don't know if I have missed something, or else I'll just stop and answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any questions for Steve? Go ahead, Richard.
Once the project work begins, what is the time frame to complete it so that the fire hydrant would have the full water supply needed should there be an emergency or a fire?
That's a good question. We didn't estimate or mandate the amount of time that a contractor has to do it. Our assumption is that would probably be a matter of days or perhaps a week once they actually get started and get out there. It's really not that much work. It will be slowed down a little bit with some of the amount of handwork, but it's not a long duration project. It should happen fairly quickly in a matter of days.
And the follow-up to that is, this pipe can be easily removed when a more permanent solution is in place. Is that essentially the design?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And just remember that it's important to note that more long-term solutions are being explored with different grant money. So remember, this is a temporary fix. Mr. Davies?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the thorough description of the project, and I think it's a wise idea to have the type of pipe that you're suggesting for this, because it could be used elsewhere, as you're indicating, and that's good planning or forethought. I guess my only question is I would hope that we could avoid this situation in the future, and the situation I'm talking about is that we approve this project on July 14th with a lot of authorizing words and directing words, and here we are in October for an emergency fix, and we're discussing the plans. So I appreciate that the plans are brought back for us to look at, but I wasn't really expecting that to happen with an emergency type repair. I realized that we are now possibly including the storm drain, which is probably also a very good idea. So I would hope in the future that maybe we could have a little more communication as to what is taking so long. So July, August, September, October, that's 3 months from an emergency repair authorization. And I'm hoping we can maybe figure out a way to circumvent that happening again, because emergency to me means, time sensitive within a few weeks if possible. And if that's not possible, then some communication being brought forward as to why that is not possible. And everybody being on the same page, having the same information so that the people in the community understand what's happening, as well as the council understands what's happening. So thank you.
Ms. Thompson, let me kind of run through the council real quick, and then I'm going to open it up to the public. So you're first when we get there. So any other questions from the council at this point?
Yeah, so this will not have anything to do with people. People actually won't be able to walk on it if you put the pipe above the ground. Is that correct?
I assume you're regarding walking on the trail. The pipe obviously shouldn't be walked on.
Right.
The trail technically is closed, and that would be our recommendation. I mean, the pipe is going to be one more tripping hazard.
Yeah.
I also, recognize that people still occasionally use the trail. So we are trying to put the pipe on the uphill side, kind of as much out of the way, if you will, as possible. But no, there didn't seem a feasible way to try to install this and also, claim that the trail is open and usable. So
okay, thank you.
I think your comment is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council, comments? All right, Ms. Thompson? And you are on mute. There we go.
Yes, thank you. Just wanted to thank Steve Allen for doing the work, and also Council Member Tom Davies for bringing up, which has been very frustrating for both my husband and myself. Since July, well, actually since March and April, whenever the dates were, we were concerned about fire safety in Trinidad, and we still are. And as you know, it's a real issue as we enter tomorrow, which will be high fire danger time, critical fire time. Anyway, it's just been really frustrating because I keep asking at every meeting since the July decision, the motion that was approved, what's the status? What's the timeline? Is it going to be by calendar year? By the end of the work, will the work be started? And I find out it still hasn't been started. So now my question is, have we contacted the contractors yet? Because are we going to now have it be, December and we still haven't started? And I'm losing faith here. It took 3 months to get the fire hydrant replaced. Now it's taken 3 months to get this we're still discussing it. So it's just really frustrating. So have we contacted contractors yet?
I'll respond to that. So last week, after the plans were prepared and they were ran through the staff, I believe it was like Thursday, either Wednesday or Thursday. I think it was on Thursday. Steve asked, should I contact the contractors? I wanted to wait until today's meeting. I specifically reached out to Sarah Lindgren. I wanted to get the input from the Churi, and I wanted to make sure that whatever is being proposed is compatible and minimal disturbance, and before we move forward and have the contractors start drawing up, start bidding on the project. So the plan is starting tomorrow, the contractors can be reached, and then they can start bidding on the project. But we just wanted to get it through the public today, make sure that we had whatever input from the public, because it was just a matter of about 5 days. And I figured for 5 days, it was worth getting buy-in from the public and input from the public.
And will this be a priority for the city to get the job done, this project completed? Will this be a priority? Because it is an emergency.
Yes, it is a priority, definitely. So, like I said, we were waiting for the plans to be completed. Now that they are completed and they have been presented to the public and we're receiving public input today, then yes, starting tomorrow, reach out to the contractors, and then we want the contractors, number one, to get it done as soon as possible, and number two, because of the weather, it would be for them to get it done, before the rainy season kicks in.
And then thank you. And then the last thing I wanted to say is I put I've on file my comment and the email I sent, et cetera, et cetera. But can you also, when you negotiate with the contractors, whichever contractor you choose, whoever has the lowest bid or is the best company to do this work, make sure they do a proper cleanup and just, that fire hydrant project was a mess in front of our house and then on our property. As you know, you can read about that. So just the cleanup is as important as everything else, and also taking care of, the property and everything else. Thanks.
Other comments or questions from the general public for either city manager or city engineer?
Hi, this is
All right.
Sarah Lindgren from Ancestral Society. Hi.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to say thank you to Steve for giving such a detailed overview. And then thank you to Eli for reaching out to us. And I would just request that in the future, if we could try to do that outreach a little bit sooner. I know that the Ancestral Society board was able to review it, but we just got it today. So, we would like to give some input, but that'll probably become, in the next couple of days when they actually have a chance to meet. But, we appreciate the emergent nature of the issue and that staff did try to do outreach, and we would just request it in the future if we could try to do that a little earlier in the process. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Other folks who wish to comment? Okay, Mr. Klompus, bringing it back to the council.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have commented earlier. I've also been frustrated about the lack of priority. And not just because I live on Van Wyck, but when it's decided months ago that it's an emergency, it just seems that everything takes a long time. My hope going forward is that the bid will go out on time. I want to thank the Churai Ancestral Society for being able to review the plans and also, when needed, be able to view construction so we can get this part done. Nothing would make me happier than getting the temporary emergency fix completed. And, if it starts to rain a lot and things begin to erode, to me, it's just going to make it more difficult to get the emergency repair done. So haste in this case will be an important factor. But I just wanted to give my comments. There's just been a lot of frustration, but hopefully things will turn around at this point. Thank you.
And I just want to review the motion that was passed back in July was to authorize the city engineer to develop the repair plans. And really, we authorize up to $30,000 to develop this fix. And so moving forward, if our staff recommendation is voted upon tonight, then we've already set in motion, if I'm not mistaken, we've already set in motion the approval of bids not exceeding $30,000. Eli, can you weigh in on that just to make sure I have the process correct? Because what I'm hearing is that folks don't want to push this out for any other council action, that we give enough action tonight that this emergency fix can be completed in a timely manner.
Well, I'm going to let Steve comment about the cost, because we do have engineering costs and we also will have the project costs. So, Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Eli, and good question. It was our intent to try to, Mayor, as you said, to get a council approval to make sure we're on the right path and not have to come back just for not to have that time to go back to council, get additional approvals. Regarding your good question about the cost estimate, we did not do a detailed engineering cost estimate as we sometimes do. It just takes more time and resources. And since this project is going out to pre-approved contractors that the city has on board, it didn't seem as prudent as perhaps it would be on a larger, maybe publicly bid job. However, I do want to point out that we didn't, since we didn't go in and really revise or create a cost estimate, we had a kind of just a general range of where it could be. So I guess I'm trying to convey that I don't have a lot of faith in that $30,000 cap. And that was also when we were thinking of the water line before we introduced the storm drain line. So I'm hopeful that it is below that target, but I don't know if for sure it will come in below that or if it could exceed that. So I'm not sure if you want to try to put a cap on it in case if it exceeded that cap, we'd have to go back to council to get more approval, or how you want to handle that.
Well, I know that we have a second meeting in October, the 28th, I believe, or 27th, something like that, as a placeholder. I'm hesitant to raise the cap, just given the time that we've been waiting for something, but I certainly defer to other council members for their input.
I think because we do have a second meeting, that gives us an option should something come in, you know, not within the ballpark of 30,000.
Maybe it would be possible to put something in it with some type of percentage over 30,000, because we're already 3 months into an emergency fix, and then this would be 2 more weeks after. I mean, who knows how long it'll. I guess we put a deadline on the bids, so they have to have them in at a certain time. But with the amount of hand digging that it sounds like is required, you know, I would hope we could get a company to bid on that. You know, sometimes these things it's hard to find up here if it's going to take a little more manpower or something. So I would maybe we could look at the budget, Eli, and what kind of a percentage over 30,000 would we be comfortable with, and within the budget, you know, another 20% over, or, you know, 30% over, something like that.
What I'm going to mention would be, you know, hopefully it won't be too much more. However, as Steve indicated, because the storm drain has been added to it, and then also, as was mentioned, as far as the hand digging too. So once we get those bids, I can look them over. If you throw out a percentage today, you know, what we can do is see if they fall within that. And if they don't, like was mentioned, we do have the 27th as a possible meeting date, but we don't have any other agenda items for that date. So in order to speed the whole process along, I would suggest that once the bids come in, if they are in excess of the amount that you're projecting or proposing, that we immediately get a, you know, meeting scheduled, and then hopefully have it for next week, if that's the case, depending on when the bids come in. Otherwise, they might, I don't know how long they take. Hopefully they won't take that long, and then we can get it, you know, within a week maybe, to have a special meeting if needed.
Yeah, adding the storm drain is legitimate comment. So I propose that we go with the original amount with a 30% contingency overage, and that we look to the October 27th meeting as a time to consider bids that come in and make a decision and get this thing done. Thoughts on that, gentlemen?
Sounds good.
Agree.
I agree with that.
So
I agree with that, and I'm open for just calling a special meeting, 24 hours notice to approve this because, you know,
Yeah.
doing things around here with contractors, it takes time. And if we need to, time is of the essence. If we ever get any rain, then it's going to make this job even more difficult. So
I agree that the 24-hour notice is a good piece of that, Jack.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. If we're going to say we want to give a 30% leeway, does that mean that we would have to meet again, or would that mean that Eli could make the decision that we could go a little higher and then we could go through with it, or do we have to meet to move up?
Not if we give a 30% over. So we've approved $30,000 in the original July motion, and is it 30, 35? I can't remember which.
30,000.
$30,000.
That's 30.
Yeah. And so we're saying go ahead and with these new plans to include the stormwater, to pursue that and to not exceed 30,000 with a 30% overage contingency to accommodate the addition of the stormwater development.
Yes.
I have a question. Do we know how much we're into this already with the plans? I mean, have we eaten up 2/3 of the budget, or?
Steve or Eli?
I'm going to leave it to Steve because I haven't seen an invoice.
This is Steve. I don't have a hard number for that. Sorry, wasn't expecting that question. I'm not sure exactly where we are. And I wasn't clear either whether that was construction or overall project money. So I'm not quite sure where we are in engineering. We're trying to do it quickly without a whole lot of time, but just getting the plan set together does take a little bit of time. And then there's also some oversight would be appropriate during construction as well. So I guess that's a good question again, and it'd be nice to get clarification if that's the overall project number for everything or whether that's for the contractor's bids.
I have another question or point of clarification. I'm looking at the original motion, and it was to authorize staff to negotiate and execute an agreement with GHG to not to exceed $30,000 to develop a PER. So now I'm wondering what PER stands for, sounding ignorant because I don't remember what that stands for, to be paid with search grant funds. So
yeah, it can help answer that. It's an acronym, so don't feel bad about the PER. That's a preliminary engineering report.
Okay.
And that was, we were going after grant money to look for a permanent solution. And part of a permanent solution, a lot of funding, well, some funding agencies require a preliminary engineering report, so we can get one set of grant funds to help pay to develop a preliminary engineering report, and then that report then helps get other grant monies to actually execute the project. And that has been, I know we applied for those funds, Eli, with the help of Becky and others, and I don't recall the status other than I know that we were making progress on that. I don't know if we've heard back about whether we were successful in that grant request yet.
No, I have not heard back yet.
So that's for a permanent solution. That doesn't have anything to do with the temporary repair, is what I'm hearing.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And I do see, for your comment, Tom, in the summary, there is $1 million in the water fund, so the $30,000 for repairs is available should we need to pay for it. Perhaps there might be a grant to reimburse. But, I'm really hearing the general comment, and I agree, and the council that the word emergency is not being taken as directly as I think it needs to. So, and I appreciate the complexity of this, but we really need to have a fix. So I'm going to ask that the council to direct the city manager and the city engineer to fast track and prioritize the repair of the stormwater drain and the water line across the slump.
So you're asking for a motion?
That was my motion. That was my motion.
Okay.
Second.
Did that include the percentage? I kind of broke up on me and I didn't hear.
We're
Sorry,
gonna hold off on that.
With the 30% contingency overage for the engineering to include the stormwater component.
Okay, and can I add, would you be open to an amendment to that or just a modification? If said bid comes in over 50% contingency, emergency city council meeting will be called to discuss how to move forward.
Absolutely.
Right.
So
Second.
moved. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Steve, for such a detailed presentation. I know that the inclusion of the stormwater is critical. And so we will definitely look forward to some update on this in the coming week. So I'm going to go back to the old numbering system, and we are on number 3, discussion decision regarding resolution 2020-19, entering into an energy service design build contract for the town hall solar project. So for those of you following along in the agenda, this is page, what is this page? 160 of the packet. Eli, do you have a discussion preamble for us?
I'm going to see if Mike F. Coley is on the line. Okay, I guess I don't hear Mike, so let me open the document so I could see it here. And let's see, we'll get to page 160. Okay.
Actually, page 162 is the real useful one because it really puts the two bids side by side, Haven Electric and Roger, side by side.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so when you do look at the two bids, so we initially had requested a base bid, which is called A, and then we said that in addition to that, we did have 2 alternate bids that were possible, alternate A and alternate B. So the key portion of the solar project is bid A, which is $49,280 from Haven Electric and $37,700 from Roger. Roger is the one who did the school across the street. And that is lower if you just do that portion of the bid. Otherwise, if you do take alternate A and alternate B, then that will be able to provide the generators. Let me see where they're listed here. Okay.
You talk about
so, yeah, so it says here, it would be tie batteries into the existing generator setup. So that would be a battery backup system of 26,000 and an additional 1,000 for the tie batteries. So there's one option is simply bid A, and Roger did not bid on bid B. So he did not bid on the alternate. So if we want to go with the alternate to include the battery backup, then Haven is the only bid. Otherwise, if you want to have it without the battery backup. And in the letter from Mike F. Coley, I think it really explains it well, which is actually page 161. So he's saying, in reviewing the bids, Roger, a well-known solar installer, bid on solar only, and his cost $37,700. Proposal was brief but responsive and responsible. Haven Electric provided a detailed proposal and bid on base A solar for $49,280 and additives alternate A battery backup system for $26,000 and B tie batteries into the existing generator for an additional $1,000. Haven Electric estimates there would be a $6,750 rebate for that battery system. So the net cost of the additional battery would be around $20,000. He goes on to say if the city wants to go with the battery backup system, Haven's the only choice. And Mike says, I think a very good one. Their proposal qualifications are excellent and their cost is below what I would have expected. Mike says, my original estimate for the city was $33,000. If the city wants to pursue the solar only option, Roger gives them a very competitive, a cost competitive and professional installer that will do a great job. So that's Mike F. Coley saying that, and he provided the chart on page 162. And Mike is the project manager of this out of Redwood Coast Energy Authority. So I can help entertain questions.
It really comes down to battery backup is really what we're discussing here. Richard?
Yeah, one of the things that jumped out at me was the fact that the propane generator that the city uses as backup is almost 20 years old and have up to $1,500 per year maintenance charge. And if something really were to break down on that, it may need to be replaced. I mean, 20 years is a long time for a generator in this particular environment with the salt air and so forth. I mean, to me, it makes sense to make the investment with the battery panel and cut loose the propane generator, get rid of it, eliminate that yearly cost, and have something that the city can really bank on, so to speak, over the next 10 years.
Yeah,
this is Mark from Haven Electric. Can you guys hear me?
mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for taking this meeting tonight. I just wanted to speak to the battery backup system. We specified a Tesla Powerwall battery backup system with 2 batteries. And I just wanted to point out that since the city of Trinidad has designated under your emergency operations plan the town hall as your emergency operations center, the battery actually qualifies there for the city for a $26,000 rebate through the Public Utility Commission, the California Public Utility Commission. So you would basically get these batteries free after the rebate is funded. You'd have to pay us up front for the batteries, but then you would get a rebate for $26,000 within about 6 to 12 months.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, sir.
The letter states that the rebate's $6,750, but the cost of the batteries is $26,000. Is there a? Am I reading this wrong?
I can clarify that on that. There's 2 different sets of rebates for the solar generation incentive program. There's what they call an equity rebate and then an equity resiliency rebate. And I didn't realize until today that the city of Trinidad in your emergency operations plan had specified the city town hall as your emergency operations center. As an emergency operations center, it qualifies for the equity resiliency program, which pays up to $1 per watt of battery storage. Since both of those batteries, the Powerwalls, are they're actually 13.5 kilowatt hour storage, but the program recognizes them at 13.2 kilowatt hours of storage. So you would basically get about $26,000 rebate back, basically because you qualify under the equity resiliency side of the solar generation incentive program. So that original rebate amount we put in was only on the equity side. And so just to give you clarity, why you qualify for that is because it's considered an emergency center there at the town hall.
Oh, thanks for the explanation. So that takes place of we're not going to be able to add the $6,750 on top of the 26. It's one or the other. We'll go for whatever we can get here.
It would be only the $6,000 if the the operations plan, the emergency operations plan for the city of Trinidad did not specify clearly that the town hall was the emergency operations center. Then you would only get that $6,000. But since it's clearly specified in your emergency operations plan adopted by the city in 2014, then you definitely qualify for that larger rebate amount.
Excellent. Thanks for the explanation and checking on that. I appreciate that.
And I just wanted to say that we just put a new solar array with a battery backup system where I live, and the security of having it is really worth it. I mean, and it's everything. And now that I'm involved with Redwood Coast Energy Authority a little bit, that's the way everybody's going. I mean, batteries, you got to have that backup for these emergency situations. That's all pretty much I wanted to say.
And the fact that the town hall is considered an emergency operations center, again, that is, I think all the counselors need to consider that in their decision here. So other questions right now from the council for either Mark or Eli? I don't know if we have Roger on the call tonight, but any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Klump?
So if this were to be approved, what is the time frame to install the battery backup and solar panels on the town hall?
We could get you installed before the end of the year if that was within your guys' time frame to happen.
I have one more question. Where would the backup battery system go? Do we have a place for it to be, or does there need to be something constructed to house the backup system?
We met with Gabe down at the town hall, and we determined that there was a location when you go through the front door and immediately to the left and then left again, there was a section of wall right there. The batteries are about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide, and they would sit along that wall section just perfectly.
Thank you.
Any comments from the general public or questions regarding this agenda item? All right, seeing none, bringing it back to the council, do we have a motion before us? There we go. Go ahead, Richard.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with the solar panel array and battery backup system for the town hall, and also process the rebate requirements to reimburse the city under the PG&E requirements.
And do you have a contract you want to recommend?
Yeah, there's only one contractor parent that will do the job.
Yeah, I just wanted to be in the motion.
Okay, let me find the page again. 1 second, I'm sorry. Okay, that we move forward with the Haven Electric bid to install solar panels and a battery backup system in Town Hall, and also to assist in the processing of the rebate process for the city of Trinidad.
Second.
Good. And we have a second for Mr. Davies. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, Richard, did we have a vote from you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Except
he was already spending $26,000. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mark, for contributing all the information in the meeting tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We look forward to getting the job done for you guys, and we will take care of processing all the rebate paperwork on behalf of the city as well as part of the job.
Right on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Moving on. You too. Moving on to item number 4, discussion decision regarding draft government-to-government meeting policy. Again, for those following along, it is on page
166.
166. Eli, if you could introduce this topic, I would appreciate it.
Yes, I actually do have Attorney Russ Gans on the line. So he's already zoomed in on this call or WebExed in for the call. So this is something that we've talked about at prior meetings, and we just hired Attorney Russ Gans, and I asked him to prepare a government-to-government meeting policy, and he has a draft that's attached here. And of course, we welcome the discussion and input. I see this as a starting point, and then we can tweak it accordingly. But I will turn it over to Russ Gans, our new city attorney.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, council. Assuming you've had an opportunity to review the policy, and I don't know if the council's also had an opportunity to review the correspondence. Apparently, there's a long history here, more than I was aware of. And I think tonight would be good to use it as an opportunity to get some direction from the council as to what it would like to form, how it would like to proceed with respect to this government-to-government consultation policy. And the real crux of the matter is, assuming that you ultimately want to form an ad hoc committee or a standing committee, regardless of the nomenclature, and designate 1, 2 council members, maybe some different collection of city representatives, to in essence serve on this committee to facilitate these government-to-government consultations. That's really kind of the crux of the issue that I think we need to discuss with the council in order to provide direction as to what obligations that committee would have to comply with in the future. Excuse me. And the critical issue, or one of the issues, is to what extent will this committee be subject to open meeting compliance, Brown Act compliance, to the extent it participates in these government-to-government consultation meetings. There's some competing concerns here. One of the concerns is preservation of confidentiality where required by California law during the government-to-government consultation process with the tribal entity, in essence, to preserve the sanctity of cultural sites, sensitive locations. There is a very specific protocol, and it's generally referenced in this policy under what circumstances that you have to afford the tribal entity that level of confidence and confidentiality and utilize all city effort to preserve and protect those culturally sensitive sites. And so there are some issues for which, whether you agendize a committee meeting, follow the same Brown Act agenda protocol, absolutely fine, right? That are quite public in nature. And I understand from tonight's meeting that your Trails Committee, for example, appears to follow a very public protocol in convening its meetings. You could theoretically form an ad hoc standing committee for that same purpose and convene those meetings in public. You also need to contemplate, though, in the government-to-government consultation protocol and process, a methodology to provide a confidential communication, a tribal liaison for that purpose, when we have culturally sensitive sites or resources that are at issue and the tribe is concerned about preservation of the confidentiality. But before I invite your questions, one thing to remember that this isn't necessarily a one-size-fits-all scenario. In large part, what your council is going to need to do is going to be dictated by the government-to-government consultation requests that you've received. And again, it's the tribal entities that initiate the government-to-government consultation protocol. Of course, the council has an affirmative obligation to do it, where you contemplate a city-sponsored activity or project that might affect culturally sensitive sites. We have an affirmative outreach obligation in that regard too. And the recent changes to California law contemplate the city being engaged and open to initiating these government-to-government consultations. But the crux of the public concern is that there be availability for public participation on many of these issues, especially those that generally policy and oriented type issues rather than culturally sensitive site type issues.
So.
Thank you for that. Do we have questions or comments for our attorney, Mr. Gann? Richard?
Yes, Russ, I just want to clarify. Some people have talked about a 2x2 meeting. And I understand that the city council can have two, but isn't it really up to the tribal government to determine how many they want to attend on their side of the meeting?
Sure, absolutely, yes. In fact, the tribal, in the government-to-government consultation process, the tribal entity actually, they have to be a willing participant in formation of the protocol, designating their representatives to participate in that consultation protocol. Our concern, right, is if we're going to have the full council present, then we typically have to wait and schedule a regular council meeting to go ahead and facilitate, that type of consultation, right? If we're going to have a full council present versus potentially two members of the council in a committee form. We still have potential Brown Act notice requirements that could apply depending on the form of the committee we structure. If we create, for example, a really defined committee that has, basically in Brown Act parlance, some jurisdictional authority, a continuing jurisdictional purpose, and regularly scheduled meetings with absolute certainty under the Brown Act, all of those meetings need to be duly agendized and in a public forum beforehand. And in terms of transparency, you may want to follow that protocol anyway. Again, a lot of the issues in the government-to-government consultation process might not necessarily fall within these strict confidentiality concerns that are protected by state law. There's some more general policy concerns that might be entirely appropriate for a more public forum, and be it a number of different methods the council could utilize. You could utilize like a public workshop forum on some issues. It just depends on what issue that the government-to-government consultation request originates from. And again, we have to be very sensitive to preservation of the confidentiality requirements with respect to culturally sensitive sites that might be revealed or discussed in that government-to-government consultation.
And just a follow-up question, if I may. If there is a closed session because you want to preserve confidentiality, do you report back out simply the topic that was discussed without detail? How do you, again, report out without revealing confidential, but still showing that you met and then you could talk about confidential and sensitive items?
Right. And then, in part, it harkens back to what form of committee does the council form? And does that committee independently have to comply with the Brown Act notice and open meeting requirements? Typically, if it's not, for example, two council members at any point in time can typically meet with a member of the public and not violate the Brown Act. Now, when the council formally adopts and creates a subcommittee of itself and appoints members of the governing body to participate, then Brown Act compliance concerns exist. And again, in the what is an ad hoc committee, typically like a one-off committee that really has no jurisdictional or policy-making authority for the council, doesn't really form recommendations. It could be, for example, an ad hoc committee to facilitate information about a city-sponsored, event or of that nature. Typically, that would be deemed an ad hoc committee, not subject to the Brown Act agenda and notice requirements and open meeting requirements. If you form a committee that has a very specific purpose, regularly scheduled meeting dates or times, and again, either or in that regard, then that committee, as part of the transparency obligation, should follow the open notice meeting requirement, agendized meetings. Members of the public can participate, as well as any tribal representatives that might attend. So, and then the issue then, your question is, assuming you have a standing committee of the council that is designated for all purposes as a tribal liaison for government-to-government consultation, in order for that body to meet in the closed session, you'd have the same concern. there's really no specific, as of yet, recognized Brown Act exemption for a closed session meeting for government-to-government consultation. So in that circumstance, you may need to do something different to protect confidentiality issues. For example, larger bodies, California Coastal Commission is a good example. They actually have a tribal liaison appointee, staff, right? Anyway, they facilitate receipt of confidential information about sacred sites, site-specific types of information that really has to be preserved and protected from confidentiality for the tribal interest. And again, that information is also exempt from disclosure in the California Public Records Act. There's specific exemptions in the California Public Records Act for whereby public entities do not have to provide culturally sensitive site information they receive from tribal interests. So whether it's the full council or a standing committee that meets with some jurisdictionally mandated obligation, right, by its city council, has this continuing jurisdiction obligation in regular meetings, likely be deemed a standing committee, you'd have the same concerns about recessing into closed session, whether it's a committee or the full council. So, a lot to think about here. But one of the issues that I think you need to think about in the government-to-government consultation protocol is, well, is it workable to facilitate these meetings with the full council? Would you be better served by a standing or ad hoc committee of the council to facilitate those and basically serve as a tribal liaison and conduct those meetings? Knowing, of course, that you may have the same open meeting requirements, whether full council or.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions regarding this draft policy? Go ahead, Tom. Unmute.
Got it. Okay. Yes, thank you. I'm happy to get a little more detailed advice on this matter. We've gone through a lot of discussion and there's a lot of opinion out there, and I appreciate what you've submitted to us. It answers a lot of the questions I think that we've had, but it also opens up some more as you've already stated. So I'm concerned that we need to have meetings that are, that the public needs to be able to know what's going on, so they don't think that deals are being done and things are being discussed that they have party to. I have records of only going back to April of 2019 until August of 2020, where members of our council have met with the Rancheria 7 times, and 5 of those times, from my looking at the titles, were discussing some form of water. And so I think that's one of the big background things. Okay, let's just get that out into the open, that there have been water discussions and the public is not happy about that. So that's the elephant in the room, and I'm just going to put it out there. That's one of the things that has been discussed. And so 5 out of 7 meetings to me would be continuing on the same topic. Those would need to be noticed. What is your opinion on something like that?
Yeah, it's difficult to give you a legal opinion without complete hypothetical set of facts. And also, if there was some liability issue I'm concerned about, I'd be reluctant to give that opinion in open session. But just speaking generally to the hypothetical, again, there is some flexibility for council members to meet with members of the public. As long as no quorum is present, typically it's not a Brown Act violation. The issue of concern is where council formally creates a committee, a subcommittee of itself, whether it's 1, 2, multiple members of the council, to basically facilitate some purpose of the council, right? And if, for example, you were to create a standing committee of the council and its obligation was to address these water issues and meet with some regularity to do that. In all likelihood, the legal advice would be agendize that as a public meeting before meeting as the committee, right? Follow the same Brown Act notice requirements, convene in a public forum, comply with the transparency clause of the Brown Act for a committee meeting. Now, in the real world, sometimes things don't progress that way, right? Sometimes maybe a council member has a constituent that makes some regular requests. Maybe one or more council members are active in dealing with a constituent group or individual, constituent type group. But anyway, I think we definitely need to adopt some more formality with respect to these tribal consultations and get some real clear direction from the council how it wants to proceed in the future. One, both to serve the public, and then two, serve the council as well. So, you don't have potentially, conflicting concerns or, a lack of understanding as to how you want to facilitate these communications collectively as a Trinidad City Council.
Okay, thank you. So here are a few things that I would like maybe to be considered into this policy, and then you guys can. I would like to know the difference between tribal communities and sovereign nations. So I want to understand what would that entail, and do we need to have tribal communities, or can we delineate purely for sovereign nation type stuff? A reporting out, like Richard was talking about, some kind of a reporting out procedure. I would like more talk about if we're going to be making an ad hoc committee or a standing committee, that it would be perhaps a 2x2 committee. So only two of our council is meeting with only two of the other government council. I think I would prefer that no matter what form that the committee takes, whether it's ad hoc or standing, an agenda is always published, just so people know that the meeting is going to take place, and so that people don't find out about it weeks later or something like that. So those are some of the ideas that I've, just looking through the document and some past history. Those are some of my wishes and concerns. So, thank you.
Other thoughts or comments? Go ahead, Jack.
We've been meeting with the Rancheria fairly regularly, and as with the mayor and the mayor pro tem, which happens as a mayor pro tem, I've been part of this. Anybody could have been there, but and manager with a large group of the Rancheria. That's been a regular meeting. We haven't had it on a specific date, but we've met at times when they've had information they wanted to share with us. And so that's one of the concerns that we heard that Tom is talking about, I think, is we want to clarify how the legality of that, and if that can be considered. It's not a 2x2, it's a 2 of the whole group. And we're just not sure how that fits. And it does cover the water, but it also covers a number of other items. So maybe 5 or 6 items on a agenda. So how does that fit in with the legality of the Brown Act?
Yeah, well, if we're to adopt this policy and add some further clarity to it, and if the council's direction is to go ahead and structure and form a standing committee with regular meetings, define the jurisdiction, right? Define all that committees to serve, to facilitate these government-to-government communications, consults. Easily do that. The recommendation, if we're going to be that formal, that structured, and have this continuing kind of jurisdiction obligation for the committee, the recommendation would be to conduct those meetings in compliance with the Brown Act. You have some flexibility. For example, you could do them at 2 o'clock on Thursdays, or whenever that committee deems appropriate, but you would follow the same 72-hour notice requirement. It would be an open meeting. Other members of the public would attend that meeting. So you couldn't expect confidentiality as contemplated in the government-to-government confidentiality component of the policy. Right? But certainly, yeah, you could proceed in those lines, be a level of transparency. And also part of the outreach obligation is to be very clear with the tribal entities requesting the meeting what our obligations are for public meetings versus our obligation to preserve confidentiality under the government-to-government consultation process. So part of it's a give and take, and we've got to be real clear with, whatever the tribal interest that's requesting to meet, what our transparency obligations are, what meetings must be public, and what we must do to preserve the confidential site-specific information that is entitled to confidentiality.
That sounds like we need a lot of work, a lot more than what we're seeing here to understand those obligations.
Well, yeah, I want to be clear what this is. This is not defined, and if you read the disclaimer portion of the policy, this is actually modeled a bit after the California Coastal Conservancy. And if you look at their general published policy on this concept, there are going to be aspects that come up in terms of government compliance with respect to any government consultation request, right? Whether or not it would be appropriate to preserve the confidentiality aspect of it that's required by California law depends on what the nature of the consultation request is. If it's, for example, to discuss site concerns related to a pending city project, absolutely, that in all likelihood would be subject to those confidentiality. This is more of a general overriding statement. And again, the big issue for the council is, how do you want to facilitate these communications in the future? Theoretically, you could do it as a full council and actually agendize these, excuse me, and have a very open meeting with the entire council. It may be more functional to go ahead and appoint a committee, but if we do that, we also have to be mindful of, is it a continuing jurisdictional committee? If so, who are the committee members, and what's our protocol for those meetings? And be clear with both the public and the tribes on what that.
Go ahead, Tom.
So if the full council met, as you just mentioned, this was one possibility, how are the consultations dealt with that would revolve around confidential items? Because I understand that meeting with an entire council is not, it's not okay to do in a closed session.
Yeah, so basically, in that context, you'd want to be very clear with the tribal interest prior to the meeting that, look, they can't expect confidentiality with respect to site-specific constraints. If it's the council's prerogative to have these meetings, not in a committee forum, but a very, full council forum, we could theoretically create a policy with it and create a city tribal liaison, be it the city manager or otherwise, whose role is obligated to facilitate and receive information that is subject to the confidentiality provisions of California law, preserve site-specific information, that sort of thing. And that's typically what's really contemplated in large part by the confidentiality provisions under the California Public Resources Code and otherwise. It's typically contemplated in the development context where there's a project plan and then the public entity sponsoring the project or activity, the city in that circumstance, needs to do the outreach to potentially effective Native American interests, et cetera, about getting information about any site-specific concerns that might be impacted by that project. So there's two components of it. This is more of a broad, let's have a method in place, some kind of concept in place by which we can go ahead and facilitate these government-to-government consultations, maybe more quickly, maybe with some procedure that we're aware of. Then we have the overlay of the Brown Act concerns too that members of the public have raised with respect to simply meeting as an ad hoc.
Okay, so if we went the liaison route, then the liaison, say city manager, whoever we appoint, they could then bring back any confidential matters to the full council in a closed session without the other entity being present?
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at that. Again, there's typically no specific, I have to research that issue a bit further, but I'm not aware of any specific Brown Act exemptions for the council to meet in closed session to specifically discuss site constraints related to, culturally sensitive site. That stated, with absolute certainty, that information is protected from public disclosure in the Public Records Act, and we have affirmative legal obligation to preserve that confidentiality. In terms of, is that something we can circulate, through the council and actually have some public discussion on it? That's the Brown Act concern, by which, in other words, the short answer is, wouldn't recommend that we convene in closed session to discuss those issues. We could put a different policy in place to preserve that form of confidentiality.
Okay, so even without the other government entity present, just the liaison and the city council that you recommended it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
thank you.
Again, there are a lot of issues that are kind of very generic or public and public policy about this government relations.
The state outlines fairly well, doesn't it, of what are the confidential issues that are exactly confidential issues that would be considered that we can't display to the public. And so there's a guideline there.
Correct.
At this point, I think I would like to hear from the general public. So I'm going to switch it over to folks from the community who wish to weigh in on this topic. Go ahead, Mr. Kenny.
Yeah, can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, Bryce Kenny, 462 Ocean Avenue. I really appreciate your new attorney's thoughtful analysis on this issue. As always, the devil's in the details when you get into this stuff. But so yeah, it seems to me that I think that what you've got proposed here on paper is probably a standing committee that should be agendized and conducted in open under the Brown Act. But the thought has occurred to me that perhaps what you could do is maybe create a standing committee that deals with any issues that don't require confidentiality under California law, and have those in open meetings, agendized and so forth. And then when perhaps, for example, it comes to the attention of the city manager from a tribe that something confidential needs to be discussed, that you could appoint an ad hoc committee for that one-time event of dealing with that one particular issue with that tribe. Of course, that doesn't totally get you around the problem of, well, how does that information get shared with the council, the full council in general? Because then, of course, you've got the Brown Act to think of, and I agree with Russ Gans that there's not an exemption in the Brown Act that covers government-to-government tribal meetings. But since the Public Record Act, there's clearly an exemption there, if the tribes just put the confidential information on paper, gave that to the city manager, and he could share that with the city council members, maybe one by one or two at a time or something like that, so that the decision makers, the council, could get the flavor of what the issue is. And, that might be a compromise way that everybody's needs could be satisfied. But yeah, this is kind of going into new territory here that doesn't seem like anybody has really clearly thought this out, maybe at the legislature or, that kind of thing. So I also agree with Tom Davies that the term tribal communities should be defined somehow. Because I know what a federally recognized tribe is, and I know what a California Native American tribe is, and they're a little different. But I have no idea what a tribal community is, so I want to be careful about ambiguous phrases like that in your policy. But yeah, the attorneys can disagree all the time about the meaning of the law and so forth. And the good news is there's a place where you can go to get that resolved. It's called a courtroom and a judge. But the bad news is that it's really expensive, it's really slow, the outcome is uncertain. In fact, 50% of all people who go to court lose. So not the greatest way to get things worked out. And I can tell you that, I will not be the guy who asks for a judge to resolve this situation. Of course, I can't speak for everybody that might be interested in the matter, but I can give you my personal promise on that for myself. And I'm just glad to see that there's some real good thought going into this, and I'll sure help out any way I can. And I hope there's more drafts of this coming back in the future, because I don't think it's quite ready for adoption yet. So that's my 2 cents, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Other comments from the general public? Not seeing any. I'm going to bring it back to the council. What I think I'd like to ask the council now is some direction for city. Oh, Ms. Provo. Yes, please. You are not on mute, so you should be able to speak. Or not. Are you there, Ms. Provost?
We had a bad connection before too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me
Oh,
now?
there you are.
Sorry.
Yep.
I have to wear my headphones, and I don't like them because they hurt my ears. But thank you. Thank you for sharing this draft process. Really, it's a lot of what you guys as council want to do. How do you want to set up these meetings? And I would offer to Mr. Gans, if it's okay with the council, to have him reach out to the York tribe, our general attorney, just to have conversation around from the tribe's perspective, because we certainly want to be able to have a policy that works with the tribes, along with what will work with the city. So I would offer to be able to connect Mr. Gans with our general counsel at the York tribe, just to have a conversation, maybe lend some more items for consideration for the city. So that's what I would like to offer. Thank you.
Thank you for that offer. Did you catch that, Russ?
Very, very faint, but I think the recommendation, or suggestion was to reach out to Yurok tribe attorney and solicit their input on policy development. It's a good idea, I think, is what I heard, though.
That is correct. Other input, direction from the community? Okay, bringing it back to council then, can we have some discussion now on direction for our city attorney and city manager to move forward with this policy?
I think the last. Oh, did Mr. West have something to say first?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's the best thing, is to have the 2 attorneys meet first, so that we can have an idea of what kind of committee we want to form, because we've already tried a couple things that seem to work for some people, but we want to get it working for everybody. So I think that's the next direction I would give.
Okay, Jack?
I think this is a really nice start. I think there's a lot of, still some work to be done, so we're a little more clear. This has been something that we're obviously lack information on, and we need to get more detailed information. So I really like to see this turned into something that's a little easier to understand, so we're clear about how we're meeting and what we can do. But a very nice start, so let's keep working on it. Thank you.
And I would offer that really what I'm looking for is the ability of the city and our local tribes to be able to meet, to have discussion, sort of brainstorming sessions, and to do so in a way that is easy to report out on, easy to let folks know ahead of time that we will be having these smaller 2x2 meetings. Really my goal in having these meetings has always been to sort of do it in a way that's just real iterative, real generative. And so that's what we're looking for, always with the notion that we're bringing it back to the full council and the public for any decisions. But any kind of guidance in the policy that allows for that goal to be met would be, I think, incredibly useful. Tom?
Yeah, I think it's great to be able to brainstorm some ideas and come to some solutions. But I really think it's important that if we went to a 2x2 committee, that they're discussing the things that the state deems necessary to discuss in a confidential arena, and the other things that we're discussing, planning projects and things like that, can all be done in an open session. I don't see a problem with that. I don't have any issue with the confidentiality things, as long as it is pertaining to, I think it's SB 18, or I don't memorize all these numbers, but the stuff that's clearly outlined in the law, and we don't need to rewrite the law or try to figure out a way that something might fit into those narrow, to me, they're fairly narrow confines of things that are confidential. And I think that's where a lot of the angst and disagreement and things have been occurring over the last year or so with these meetings, the outcry. So that's my wish, that that's it.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? Yes, Mr. Klumpus.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mr. Gans for his opinions. I would like to have an open avenue of communication with our tribal members and neighbors, and this kind of permits us to move forward instead of being in a holding position. It permits us in a very careful and structured way, hopefully when this governance is completed, to move forward and meet and be able to figure out and solve some common issues. I look forward to working on that. But thank you.
All right, I think we are coming up on 9 o'clock, so I think we've had a nice discussion. Thank you very much for everyone's input. I do want to kind of be mindful of the time, and I'm going to move us on to item number 5, discussion guidance regarding Halloween in Trinidad. So in the packet, we've got just some things to consider. So what we're really looking for here is for the community to weigh in on this notion of Halloween in Trinidad. The county has given guidance that is very restrictive and encourages folks to really be considerate of COVID-related safety mechanisms in place for Halloween. And so I know that the various cities are sponsoring Halloween events, and then we've provided quite a bit of input from around the state, actually. But really what we're doing here tonight is looking for some some input from the citizens on Trinidad's stance on Halloween and what do we encourage or put out to the public regarding this event. Historically, our streets have been very, very full of kids, families, all around. And so it has been a very large event in the past. And we just want to, with the 2 weeks remaining between here and the night, we just want to hear from folks what the city should do in terms of our general policy. We're not going to be able to enforce. We're not an enforcement agency, but we certainly do have an opportunity and a responsibility to let folks know what we're thinking. So at this point, Eli or Jack, I know that we've had discussions about this in passing. I don't know if there's other information that you want to introduce, but I do want to break it out to the council and then to the general public and look for direction on what our city stance really ought to be on Halloween. Mr. West?
Well, just, we're right in the center of town here where we usually expect 200 plus kids to walk by. And that, of course, makes me a bit nervous. And so I'm sure other people are feeling the same way. So I'm open to ideas that people might have about what we can do about Halloween and what we can get out to the public about what we want to see in our own town. So I'm very concerned and would like to hear how others feel.
Other counselors? Mr. Compass?
Yeah, I love Halloween. I took some of the best photographs and video last year in Trinidad. It was a ball. But based upon the coronavirus and COVID and some elderly in town, I'm just not a big fan of having kids come to homes and have candy. If people want to leave a basket of candy out in front of their homes, I think that's great. But I'm just concerned about people who don't want to participate but would feel uncomfortable having kids knock on their door or ring their doorbell and attempt to get candy. I just have a hard time supporting it this year. I'd love to have everyone remain healthy and have a much better time next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom, go ahead.
I concur with much of what Richard has said, except for the part that I don't enjoy Halloween, but that's a personal thing. So, but I really would not want to do anything that encourages groups of people coming to Trinidad. I'm just astounded by how inundated we get, and I guess I'm the Grinch, and I don't think it's our responsibility to entertain the North County on Halloween by providing an easy walking neighborhood, especially during these times. I don't know what we could do to prevent it. I would hope everybody would have the common sense that knocking on somebody's door at this time is just probably not the best thing to do. So, yeah, I'm open to hearing what people have to say as to maybe some problem solving for this.
Yeah, I was going to ask if there was something, because I'm relatively a new resident here, if you did have who would be in charge too of putting something on it like town hall where there was, it was all socially distanced properly and all those things, just to appease, because it's kind of, to me, it's for kids. I mean, I don't see adults needing to do anything. Maybe I'm a Grinch too when it comes to Halloween, but it just seems like a kid thing to get sugar. It's not really needed, especially in the light of COVID.
And David, it's a very, very much a family thing. The experience in Trinidad, I think Tom brings up a good point. We have relatively quiet streets with a ton of homes on them, and the families. It's definitely a family affair. So all the adults are here, and all the kids are over there, and whatnot. So Jack, what's your comment?
Yeah, I forgot to add a few things. I talked to I went to the store, and they generally give out candy, but they don't get a lot out of Halloween, so they're not worried about people not showing up. The Chamber of Commerce has nothing significant that goes on, so business, it doesn't sound like the businesses in town are all that concerned about what we think, about what we might decide in terms of what we'll put out there. But this, yeah, it's awfully busy, and yeah, I don't feel we need to. I think our decision would be to put out information that said we're really would not like to have people come up, because so many people come from McKinleyville and other areas to come to our area for Halloween. So I think if we put the word out that we're not going to really celebrate it, we really would rather not have any kids around, or we don't want to have, there's no special events. I think there is usually some kind of event at the town hall, and I think I don't know if that's canceled or not, but we could probably get that out there and indicate that there won't be the kind of festivities up here that we've had in the past.
Thanks, Council. I'm going to open it up to the general public for comments. So feel free to chime in.
Anita?
Go ahead, Anita.
Yeah, I think I've been reading the larger newspapers, and all the media is saying this year, let's take a break on Halloween, for all the reasons everyone stated. And maybe we could do something with a local newspaper and just state, not this year because of COVID, and just maybe put something in the media too. Thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts, comments? All right, relatively quiet bunch tonight. So it sounds like we're unanimous.
I know there's some people on the phone that want to talk still. Like, I don't know what number. Dorothy wants to say something, so I don't know what her number is.
If Dorothy's not on yet.
I have to be unmuted. Do you have permission to speak? So here I am. I agree with everybody that has concerns about Halloween. I don't know also on it. There's, can't support the town being inundated with people coming from out of the area. We've had enough of that this summer, and yes, it's a wonderful place to come visit, but on Halloween night, this is not a good year. Also want to mention, as long as I've got everybody's ear right now, that while I've been listening to the meeting, I was checking on Facebook. Y'all need to read the Facebook article about the megachurch people that have a home here in Trinidad and what they've brought to other areas as far as the COVID virus. This article is telling, and I hope you all read it. It's not Halloween related, but I vote no on Halloween. Let's try it again next year. I've got a granddaughter. I know this Halloween is a big deal, but not in a small town where we have more adults coming to party in town than we usually have kids knocking on doors. Please take time tonight to read the Lost Coast article that was posted today. It's very telling, especially for Trinidad and the home down the street. Thanks.
Thank you, Dorothy. Other folks? Go ahead, Mr. Kinney.
Yeah, thanks. I agree with the other speakers that because of the worldwide pandemic, take a year off for Halloween, trick-or-treating. Everybody has to make a little sacrifice, including the kids. So I agree with everyone.
And you want to read how they spread COVID. There's a whole group of them.
They spread it?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Read it.
Find the folks as we go here. All right. Do anyone else wish to speak tonight on this issue? All right. What I'm hearing is that it would be nice to have a brief public service announcement saying that Trinidad is not open for Halloween. While we value the holiday and love seeing the kids and the families running around, that this is not the year to do it. And very much on the heels of a very congested and chaotic summer, I think we need to heed that and not try to encourage 200 families descending upon our small streets. So I don't know if we need a motion on that or just direction. Sounds like we just need direction for Eli to develop a public service announcement, not encouraging people to come, actually discouraging people to come to Trinidad. And obviously residents have a very easy solution. Turn your lights off and don't have candy. So any other final comments on this topic? All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Moving along now to...
If I can, Steve, I just want to mention that I did request that our deputy be available for that evening, and he will be available so that this way the public knows. So yes, if someone does not have their light on, that means, not to bother them. If someone does choose to do so, I mean, that's something that we can't stop, but we will do the public service announcements in the newspaper so we don't get people from outside the area. And hopefully it'll work out well.
Thank you. Let's see, moving on to item number 6, the first reading of ordinance 2020-02, amending section regarding TOT record keeping. So Eli, I think I will turn this back over to you.
Okay. So this item was originally brought forward by Council Member Richard Klumpus, and then I forwarded on to our city attorney, Russ Gans, to review. And the reason is in our code, it does say that for any ordinance, it needs to be either written by the city attorney or reviewed by the city attorney. So initially, Richard had come up with the concept. He checked into several areas, including, I believe, Humboldt County and a few other cities. And our transient occupancy tax ordinance, or actually here we refer to it as a tourist occupancy tax. So in either case, our ordinance does not specifically call out to have audits on a regular basis. So this ordinance modification to the TOT ordinance will make it where we can perform audits if we choose on a regular basis, or else we can choose on an as-needed basis. So this way we would be auditing anything that's tourist occupancy tax related, which in our city would be the short-term rentals and the B&B would be included in that category. So I'll entertain any questions or comments, or maybe Richard, you might want to have something to add to it since you had done the initial research and helped compose this from the initial start.
Sure. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. You can hear me. Okay. So Russ Gans did a good job of rewriting this. Section A is unchanged. What it means is that the short-term rental operators have to maintain records for 5 years. The sections which are new is B, which is the purpose and performance of an audit, and then C, when to perform an audit. And I think this is a very fair change. It's really based on simply the opportunity or option of the town to do an audit, since short-term rental, the tourist occupancy tax represents about 20% of our operating budget. So this just says when we do it, to be fair, if we do it, how to do it, and it's a very simple change. I understand it has been published in the Mad River Union. Please correct me if this is incorrect, that it was published. So this is the first reading, and then we'll do a second reading at the next council meeting. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? And just so you know, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote as a vacation rental owner, just to be clear, but I'm happy to kind of administer the discussion. So any comments or questions?
Yeah, thank you, Richard, for doing this. I think we needed a little more stringent process in place so that it is our option to check this stuff out without having too much trouble. Because I mean, if you start just digging without anything protocols in place, you'll be there forever trying to figure out who paid what. So thanks for taking that extra time to come up with this.
Yeah, thank you. It looks good. And I think it's a wise idea to have the attorney rewrite it. And so it's been looked at from a legal standpoint as well. Like to be back on what David said. Thank you.
Jack?
I think it did. After putting a lot of work into that, I think this looks really nice. And I think it's also going to really tie in with what Eli's doing and trying to look at overall what we're doing with our TOT, getting the TOT money. So thank you. It's a great job.
All right. Any comments from the general public regarding this agenda item? All right. Anyone going once, going twice? Bringing it back to the council for a motion, I believe.
I don't think the motion is needed since it's the first reading. Let's see what Gabe says.
I'm sorry, I forgot this was a first reading.
I think it's,
The second reading is in a consent agenda though, typically. So I think maybe we do need a motion. I don't know.
yeah, that's exactly, I'm thinking that a motion is necessary for this.
Okay. Okay.
I'll move to accept the ordinance of the City of Trinidad, section 3.20.100 of the Trinidad Municipal Code regarding record keeping, specifically the tourist occupancy tax audit be approved.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second from Richard. First from Tom, second from Richard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have 4 ayes and 1 recusal. Thank you very much for that, gentlemen.
Okay.
We are on now. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Okay, someone coughed. We are on number 7, discussion decision regarding restricting overnight parking on Edward Street between Trinity and Hector Street. So this is in response to our summer activity and the number of folks that we had staying in the area, and we realized that Edward Street lacked adequate signage. I do want to say that this is really an initial step, but an overall parking and traffic study is in the works. And so this is really just a stopgap to take care of an area of greatest concern and highest profile. Options for discussing tonight are no overnight parking, no RV parking overnight anywhere in the city, identifying hours of violation, such as 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. so that overnight is not a vague term, but there's actually clear enforceable guidelines, and then some sort of signage that would be included. So this is, I'd like to open it up discussion, but first, Eli, is there anything else that you want to add to this, this agenda item?
I know at least specifically we would like to get started with the parking area that used to be used for the lighthouse and put signage there. And we were concerned from a staff perspective regarding signage because overall the city doesn't care too much for signage, but we felt in order to make that enforceable in that area, because during the day you can actually park there. We just want to have it like during the night from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. that you would not be able to use that parking. And then we thought it would be good to talk in general about RV parking, in the city, and also any other signage that may be necessary in the city to address parking. So that's basically where we thought the discussion could go.
Questions or comments from the council for Eli on this agenda item?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, Eli, the street is painted at the very top of Edwards. There's paint actually on the street that says no RV parking. But there's no painting on the street anywhere closer to Hector Street, that area. So if we don't like to have signs that are posted vertically, would be a good idea to paint the curb in such a way or paint the road as indicated. But I really don't feel that Trinidad can support overnight RV parking in town. I'm an RV owner. I'm very sensitive to where people park, but you can park at a Walmart overnight at no charge. You can park in an RV park, but currently people are parking right on the top of Edwards overnight, great view, and I don't know where they're dumping their waste. Hopefully it's not in the drain on the street, but I just think we should have a policy that you can't park at least within the city overnight. It's okay during the day, but overnight I would prefer that they park somewhere where it's more appropriate.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I'd like to echo some of Richard's comments, and I would also like to point out that this is not just a problem on Edwards Street. On Main Street, routinely, right before you turn past the Trinidad Trading Company going towards the school, there are people sleeping there almost on a nightly basis, 1 to 2, sometimes 3 vehicles. I think this needs to be looked at as an entire city issue. We have an ordinance that says no camping on public grounds. Maybe we need to strengthen that ordinance. I don't know if streets technically be considered public grounds. I would think they would. I do have some concerns with saying that no RVs can park on the street. We have residents that do not have parking in their yard for an RV, perhaps, but they put it on the street. What is an RV? Is it these Sprinter vans that everyone is driving around now? That's quite a definition to uphold. So I would imagine saying no camping or sleeping in vehicles overnight anywhere within Trinidad city limits is acceptable. And that would, you wouldn't have to define anything, a vehicle type or, and then the next part to that, as everybody knows, of course, is, the word just went away from me, but you guys know what I'm talking about. When the police come, what do we call the word?
Enforcement.
Enforcement, thank you. Total mental lapse there. We need enforcement. I've had people park right in front of my house and stand out there in their underwear and tell me they don't need to leave and they're getting ready to take a leak on the sidewalk. I mean, this is a big problem in Trinidad, and so I think we would not be doing the rest of our communities the service that they want. I've spoken to a few people, business owners in town, and they see this happening on a regular basis. And so I would highly encourage us to look at the entire city, one fell swoop, and not have to piecemeal this out. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, and I agree with Tom completely that this really is a part of this whole traffic study idea is that we can work on the whole city at once. But I do think it'd be I think it'd be a good idea to start in Edwards, even though I think really we're looking at less of a crowd for quite a while. But and also I don't see us, saying it says no RV parking overnight anywhere in the city. I think we have a lot to work on to kind of cover some of these areas. I think really the traffic study needs to get in gear and get done as quickly as possible so we can begin to put things out before next summer comes along. But I do think it might be a good idea to try to stop some of the parking on Edwards where people are, where we can probably set up some signs and do a small amount of work right away. But I think we need to get this whole idea. And we're also on Trinity, as we had RVs parking on both sides of the roads, and they're too big. So they are made it difficult to get up and down the street. So we need to do it all over the city and figure this out in one big group. So let's get the traffic study done as quickly as possible so we can get some of these things taken care of.
And Eli, in the consent agenda, we had resolution 2020-18, the local road safety plan and application. Is this where we start the traffic study? Is this, but it sounded like we could use this as a means of paying for a pretty extensive, really coverage and assessment of all sorts of different aspects, how fast people travel and where they park through town. Is that your understanding of that particular application that we're pursuing?
I'll have to check to see exactly what the parameters are with Becky. But we can see if that's possible. Hopefully it would be.
Okay. All right, at this point then, I'm going to open it up to the general public for thoughts on either starting with concerns on Edwards or deferring and doing sort of assessing the entire city and really having a more comprehensive approach to, I mean, it's all important, but do we move forward with Edwards or do we wait and think about the whole city all at once? So please provide your input.
I'm ready if someone can hear me.
Go for it.
I started walking with Mary the middle of March, and we have walked every street in this town, sometimes every street every day. And there's no reason to just single out Edward Street. It might be the main thoroughfare, but anything you prohibit on that street will back up to any other street, and there's already issues on every other street. Everybody that lives in this town knows who and where other people park and sleep in their car, and where an RV will fit, whether it's a broken down one or a nice fancy one. People in this town know who parks where, and they're there for days at a time. They might move for a little while during the day, but they come right back to their same spot. This is not singled out for Edward Street. It's not fair to the other streets to say no there and then have them go somewhere else. The other thing I would like to say is that I'm in favor of the whole city and having a study done. The transients are just starting to come into town right now, and the vehicles they bring in with them generally will break down somewhere. So I talked to Joe Jager on the phone the other day after Mary and I did a cleanup over in the green belt behind Hetty's, and Joe and I talked about this issue about the motorhomes and the transients and the campers and actually just station wagons. People, like Tom said, that are just sleeping in their car, steamed up windows in the morning, people that just stay there all the time. And Joe said every citizen in town should have the non-emergency dispatch number, and if at dusk you see someone pull in and look like they're going to spend the night, he said, you call that number. And I said, Joe, if we did that, someone would be calling every single night, maybe even more than that, he said, and that would be fine. We want you to call every time you see something like that so we know what's happening in Trinidad. He reiterated to me, I'm only there like from 9 to 4. I can't cover all that. I said, and these issues don't start until dusk. So if we don't have a police presence in town and we have to call the non-emergency dispatch number, then we need to do that. I vote for a traffic study, a parking study, or I vote just to prohibit right from the get-go any kind of sleeping or parking or RVing issues in town, in the whole town, not just Edward Street. Thanks.
Thank you, Dorothy. Sorry, I just put the non-emergency dispatch number in the chat for those who have access to the chat. So thank you for that. Are there other folks that wish to provide input? Ms. Provost, I've unmuted you.
Thank you. I actually own some property and houses in Trinidad, and I agree that there should be a full study of all of the roads in Trinidad. My property is field.
Sorry, Sherry, you're breaking up again.
There's often cars across the field of where my houses are on View Street in the big field behind Murphy's. But I do want to caution about the no RV parking overnight in the city. I'm sorry, I know I'm breaking up. I'm sorry, Jack, but I'll try my best. I do have families who live in the houses that I have, and the families come, their mother and father come to visit them, and they actually had an RV that stayed on the street by the property that I own. So I think there can be exceptions when the property owner gives permission for a weekend visit from family members. I just want to consider that. You know, we're a family-based community, and I do think having a family come or RV with the owner's permission may be acceptable. Hopefully you heard me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, we did. We did hear about special considerations for visiting family members. So thank you for that. Other input, ideas? Yes, Ms. Thompson.
Yeah, I was wondering, would we have another meeting in the future to discuss the enforcement, meaning possibly having a law enforcement officer working kind of a graveyard shift when we first had all the signs up and everything? Would that be another meeting, or?
No, we can discuss it here.
Have we scheduled do we have another officer that we're going to schedule in the future, or is that happening?
Yeah, it's happening. Only I scheduled them right now for the daytime also, so that we have coverage during the daytime. But we will be renegotiating the contract at the end of the year with the deputies, with the sheriff's office. So we can request some evenings versus some days.
Thank you.
Hello?
Thank you much. Other comments? Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. This is Adora King calling you from Minnesota. And it is 11:30, I think, here right now. Are you still there?
Yes, we are here.
Okay. It sounded awfully quiet. I hope my dog's snoring doesn't cover this. I wanted to address the parking problem. I read about it online. I wasn't there to see it. But I wish that the city would take a strong stand on this once and for all. And it would cover more than just having people staying on the street and dumping their waste there. It would also help to prevent crime, and it would make all of us in town sleep a little bit better. And I know some people out there are saying, oh, whoa, we can't do that. But I really would like you to consider this. We all came to Trinidad because we loved parking along the ocean and looking at it during the daytime. And we want the people to come to put money into our businesses during the daytime. But after 10 o'clock at night, none of those things occur. There's no view. There's no place to put your money. And as Tom has said, people that camp in everything from a Volkswagen to a 36-foot motorhome. So you're not going to be able to just say no motorhomes. You're going to have people who can't afford a motorhome that are sleeping in their cars on our streets. And I don't think we want that type of clientele there. So I would really like the city to have an ordinance that could be enforced saying no street parking after 10 p.m. until 6 a.m. if that coordinates with the vacation rental hours, so we're not having a conflict there. And if you live in Trinidad and you need to park something on the street, annually you can go down to the city and ask for a placard to keep your car on the street. And same thing as the gal that just said that her family has a motorhome.
that they need to put on the street. But I caution that you restrict those to only like 3 days, or people are permanently camping on your streets. That's been controlled other places. But I would just love to see an ordinance like this. If law enforcement got called and there were cars on the streets without the placard, there's no question what kind of car, if it's an RV or not an RV, it's not to be there. And we're kidding ourselves to think that we're getting a sheriff's deputy, as short as they are in the county, that's going to come out to any kind of parking for us. So, you know, good luck on that one. It'll be the honest people will stay honest. And if you have enough problems and call, you might get a deputy, but you're not going to. So I'd really like to see this taken care of and cleaned up. And you can't do it on just one street, because first people take the view streets. When they get kicked off of those, they keep moving back. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Adora. Other comments or questions?
Hi, this is Sarah from the Tri Ancestral Society. Yeah, I agree that that there should be a city, like it should be citywide in how this is addressed, because I think it's a, you know, we've heard it's a huge problem throughout all of town. You know, I've seen it when I've been up there, and you know, as far as specifically along Edward Street, we've seen increased trash, we've seen increased foot traffic into the study area. Human waste in the study area. So, you know, I don't know if it's from people camping. I don't know if it's from, you know, houseless people actually staying inside the study area like they've done in the past. But, you know, whatever it is, we see human waste. And, you know, that's really disturbing to us. And I think that it, you know, it needs to be addressed. And as far as signage goes, I would just say, you know, specifically when it comes to Edwards along the study area, that we would love to work with the city in developing that signage and in placement of that signage.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there's been a lot more action at nightfall. Like I see people's heads going by, and that to me is so dangerous. I mean, somebody's gonna fall sooner or later. Maybe not, but I don't know. It just seems dangerous to me, because I mean it's dark, and I can just barely see the silhouette of people walking by, and I don't know why they're down there.
Other comments or questions from the community? All right, I think I will bring it back to the council for direction on this topic. Jack, I thought I saw your hand going up, but I'm not sure.
I will just say that I think it's time for us to get that, figure out how we can put a traffic study together. And I don't know what Eli's got. I know he's got some kind of a potential grant out there, but I think we need to get something done beginning now. It'd be nice to get this started. So I think we can do it.
And I agree that that we need an implementation early in the spring so that we're prepared for the summer. So I agree with you. Other questions or comments though from the council on direction for the city manager? Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
It might be wise to, you know, I know this costs money. I saw the contract in the consent agenda for our new attorney, but it might be wise to consult with how to make that ordinance a little more toothier, you know, a little something that's a little more enforceable. Because I read it, you know, it's on public grounds. It's pretty wishy-washy, and I think Adora had a really good point that if we're going to call the law enforcement, they're going to want to have an ordinance that is that they can stand behind. You know, they're not going to want to make a call. Well, this is possibly something that you could be violating. So I would encourage maybe some revision of the camping ordinance to include, you know, no overnight sleeping in vehicles on the streets of Trinidad, something of that effect, so that we can cover all of our bases and not target specific models of vehicles or something like that, because we have all seen it. This is the van life generation, and it is completely changed all over the country how people are moving about. So those are my, and sooner than later. I mean, I would hope we could try to get some, like Richard said, stuff on the street, some signs, street signs that are not on the bluff, perhaps, on the other streets, no overnight sleeping in vehicles, etc. And I think it's also worth looking into the placard idea for parking on the streets, for our residents. And there already are laws on the books, 72 hours you're supposed to move your car and things like that. So that's the direction I'd like to head.
Okay. Other
Yeah, I concur too, and I like the idea of getting something there right away, kind of a blanket policy to not let people go, but to be working on like a special situation where we know where people. It's mostly the communication part that I like, that we know who's coming and going and why. So I like if we could get something together though, like a blanket policy to tell people no overnight, basically, and then work on it from there to make considerations for special cases, maybe.
Eli, do you have any questions for us? It seems like there's a pretty clear consensus on direction.
Yes, yeah, definitely. What I wrote down is doing the traffic and parking study, and I wrote down the working with the CHURI to help the development and placement of the signage along where that lighthouse parking is. And then also I wrote down no camping or sleeping in vehicles anywhere in the city overnight. And then painting the road red, part of that's not painted. So yeah, those are the things that I've written down.
And for further clarification on the grant that we approved you applying for, and seeing if that can be used for an overall traffic study.
Yes, I do have that marked to check with Becky.
Okay. I think we're good on this one. I don't really see us needing a resolution. We've got direction for city staff to move forward. So we will move on to the item number 8, resolution 2020-20, supporting Prop 20, reducing crime and keeping California safe Act. Eli, if you could, I believe the League of Cities reached out to you on this.
Yes, that's why it is on the agenda. It's the only proposition that they asked our city to support. So since we are a member of the league, I thought it would be good to put it on the agenda to discuss. Some of our council members have mentioned that the material provided by the league does not address the other side. And I did note that in the California Voter Information Guide, it does give the, between page 44 to 51, it does talk about the pros and cons, and who's supporting it and who's opposing it. So in the packet, it does say and provide a possible resolution that we could utilize if we do want to support it. And basically, it's to be revising some of the criminal policies that exist where people are sent to jail in response to a prior proposition where they weren't sent to jail if it was a lesser crime. And apparently there have been some more of an increase in crime that they felt it was necessary to help address it here. At least that's the league's viewpoint. And I know some of the other council members have mentioned and gotten information for other viewpoints. So I'll turn it back to you, Steve, if you want to share some of what you know.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Elon. And, I do work with prison reform and educational groups in the state, and the Prop 47, which this is repealing portions of Prop 47. Prop 47 has been shown to reduce crime rates and also reduce the return rates of the recidivism back to prison for those released when properly supported. So I'm opposed to Prop 20 only because it's a different direction than I have seen work in my work with prison reform and with education. The programs I'm involved with have a 99% success rate in keeping folks from returning to prison when properly supported. And so Prop 20, the real main argument against Prop 20 is that it undoes a lot of the positive steps that have been taken through Prop 47. So I do urge people to read up on it and consider that in their decision. But that's my 2 cents on it. Open it up to questions. Looks like Mr. Davies has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate your viewpoint on that. And in the future, I think if we're asked to support as a city something, I think we need to do our due diligence and provide both sides to the argument. This looks like, I don't know, I don't like the direction it is where we only put in the one side. You know, if things are available in the voter guide, they should also be put out in the rather than an ad supporting this. I agree with you. I do not support Proposition 20. It has some things in it that might be considered positive on the surface, but yeah, research shows that these programs that they could possibly be doing away with that reduce recidivism rates, that's not a positive direction to me, so I will not be voting to support this.
David?
Yeah, I agree. I concur with both speakers so far. I did some reading up on it, and it looks like another way for the prison industry complex to make more money to me by taking multiple misdemeanors and turning them into a felony over nonviolent crimes is a little much to for somebody who might be a kleptomaniac that needs which is a mental health issue, and they're talking about taking away programs for nonviolent offenders. And we already know, like has been said, I know most of the people on the council are educators, and I take their their cue with stuff like that. Developing, I'm just graduated, just started to learn how to develop these programs, but as a drug addiction counselor, I don't want to go backwards with the prison system. So that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Columbus?
Thank Eli for bringing this to the council because we are part of the League of Cities in California. However, when I did my due diligence on this, there are 3 factors that came up that disturbed me. One is that it does a series of reforms enacted between 2011 and 2016, which would increase the state's prison population. It would also cut investments in rehab services to assist crime survivors. And all that broke the camel's back for me, when you read the detail of this, is that it would require DNA from those who did misdemeanor offenses that would go into state and federal databases. I don't really agree with the government collecting DNA for a misdemeanor offense. And that kind of threw me over the edge. So, the California Teachers Association is not in favor of this, nor is the California Black Chamber of Commerce or the Asian American Advancing Justice Group. It looks good on the surface, but when I did my due diligence, I just would have a hard time supporting it. But again, I do appreciate you bringing it forward. I agree that we can come up with different conclusions, but not be disagreeable. So thank you for bringing it up.
Jack, any comments that you'd like to share?
I think everybody said plenty, and I agree.
Okay. From the general public, any comments regarding this agenda item? All right, we are down to a skeleton crew. So at this point, I am looking for either a motion to not approve it or just no motion at all, and it sort of dies on the vine. So I'm not sure what councilors want to do. I'm happy to go on record saying that I would make a motion to not support this resolution by not supporting Proposition 20.
I'm happy to say that, to make a motion that says to not support Proposition 20 and enact this, to reject the resolution. Let me start over. I would like to reject the resolution in support of Proposition 20.
Now you're starting to talk like you're writing propositions for triple negative. I would second that motion. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you very much for the discussion. Our last
For
agenda.
the record, is there anyone opposed? I couldn't see all the hands. This is for Gabe.
Oh, sorry.
Nope.
David has a yellow triangle on his name.
At least from the comments, it seemed like, I mean, definitely he seemed like he's opposed to it, so.
I'll put in the chat my vote to Gabe, or to everyone, so everyone knows. I guess, but you have to vote, but this is one of those things where you'd have to vote in the affirmative to get the thing that we don't want to have. So you have to understand that.
Intelligence test.
I don't know what happened to Dave. I think he got dropped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have his cell phone.
Let me see.
So let's go with the 4 votes and that Dave lost his connection. So we're not sure I don't want to assume a vote without him saying yes or no. If he comes back, we'll come back to it. All right, so let's move on to, and I'll text David while we're starting the last discussion item, which is the budget review. And so Gabe and or Eli, if you can take it away. I'm going to text David.
Okay, I'll well, first of all, it was requested that we have the mid-year, well, not mid-year, but let's call it a quarterly budget review. And basically, we've got the financial statements for the first 2 months of this fiscal year, meaning July and August. But we didn't get all of the financial information for this past fiscal year. So as a result, Gabe was able to prepare some very good information regarding the outcome of this past fiscal year and showing where we had some ups and downs. So I'll turn it over to Gabe.
Thank you, Eli. Can everybody hear me okay?
Very well.
Okay, good. To kind of keep the ball rolling here and speed this up, it's getting late. Eli just covered the first 2 paragraphs in my staff report, so I'll just kind of continue on and we'll stick to the script and hopefully we can make this relatively quick, or at least my part. The last time the council discussed city finances was on June 23rd when the budget was approved. There were several revenue uncertainties due to COVID-19 shutdown crisis that staff was tasked to forecast to develop an understanding of the city's financial position as it transitioned to the new fiscal year. Those unknowns posed significant potholes in the budgeting process and the rationale that the city would weather the storm. At that time, and that was our rationale, staff's rationale, was based on the following premise. Number one, the reduction of expenses overall in 2019-20 offset forecasted losses in the April and June quarter. And number two, the revenue losses beyond anticipated decreases would be covered by a healthy reserve allocated for budget stabilization. So I included for reference in the staff report, what do you call that? Like kind of just a little chart, an Excel spreadsheet that we had in our presentation that kind of explained our budgeting rationale and our forecasting. So you could see that the sales tax and the occupancy tax, we were expecting declines in those revenues. And then moving on, it looks like, as it turns out, the city received a little bit more than we anticipated in both occupancy tax and sales tax through the close of the quarter ending June 30, 2020, so the end of the fiscal year. The occupancy tax projection was predictable because COVID forced a complete closure of the short-term rental industry in basically April through June for the most part. The sales tax projection, however, was less predictable. We were kind of just going off of what we had been hearing from League California Cities, other industry experts, and you know, kind of what we thought we were seeing in reality or potentially could be seen. So it looks like having less people in town consuming taxable goods may have been offset, the revenues may have been offset by people purchasing taxable goods online, which is kind of what we thought, but not the outcome that we actually saw. Having these numbers in perspective sets the table for measuring how staff approach budgeting for 2021. While many communities have cut program staffing and faced difficult decisions to reduce core services due to major revenue declines, the city of Trinidad budgeted cautiously with a business as usual perspective and seems to have weathered the storm. Our budgeting, our lean staffing, and you know, some of our fiscal discipline has helped cushion the blow and uncertainties that COVID unleashed. Moving forward, I guess this is really where the rubber hits the road. The savings generated by not fulfilling our ambitious spending goals laid out in 2019, combined with a steady stream of sales tax revenue through April through June, has equipped the city to balance the worst case revenue scenario, which was in the figure on the staff report as well. You know, that worst case scenario is based on a 50% decline in revenues that depend highly on visitors and economic viability. And you know, the way we fared at the end of the fiscal year has really set the stage for being able to come out July 1st with stability is basically what I'm saying. So that's kind of where we're at. We're just looking for a little bit of feedback. But as Eli mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, it's really, you know, 2 months into the fiscal year is really a hard time to kind of, you know, you can't really, putting a benchmark on 2 months isn't really a, you know, it doesn't give you a lot to work with. You know, quarterly revenue comes in, quarterly expenses go out. So, you know, maybe perhaps in November, I think I put that at the bottom of the staff report, some potentials to look forward to. A follow-up meeting in December could be appropriate, considering reporting for the quarter ending September 30 will be complete. The audit may be available, and there'll be a chance that the city will know the outcome of the sales Measure E election. That's all I have, and feel free to ask questions.
Very good. Thank you very much, Gabe, for that. And how about questions from the council and or comments regarding the presentation?
I'll say something. So thanks, Gabe, for the write-up. And yeah, I agree. If we don't have all of the information that's come through us, it's probably more appropriate to do a little bit later. So, you know, I thought quarterly, but if that doesn't jive with when the figures come through to be able to compare and things like that, I completely agree with you. I think meeting again at the end of November, I think you said December in your packet here, and then setting up so you would know the date. So maybe calendaring the next meeting after that when we would have more meaningful information again to compare and look at. So maybe quarterly isn't the time based on, you know, just when we receive information, but these regular meetings, I think when we have the information are appreciated.
Right.
Go ahead, Richard.
Yeah, Gabe, thank you for a nice job. I do have one question. When does the cell tower lease end?
believe that.
Pardon me?
You talking about the Trinidad Head cell tower?
Yeah, the one you have down here, this $24,000? Or no?
Yeah, the only cell tower lease we have is Trinidad Head. And that actually ended in September of 2018. It was extended to September of 2019. And then at that time, we started getting into the overtime where we're getting the full amount plus an additional 50% penalty. And we've been following them on a monthly basis, Sprint and AT&T and Verizon, about abandoning that site. And so far, Sprint has left the site. AT&T is planning on leaving within the month. And Verizon is already starting to make plans for when they can leave.
So when does that go to zero?
It'll go to zero probably around January.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I think I really do appreciate the effort to sort of solidify that perhaps quarterly, while useful in many respects, given our revenue being so heavy in the summertime, maybe really doing twice a year, a mid-year and an end of the year, so that we have the benefit of the audit and the benefit of the summer revenue to seasonally such a large portion of our revenue. Any comments or questions from the general public at this point? All righty. None. I think we will adjourn the regular meeting. Normally, actually, I think let's talk about future agenda items, and then we're going to move to closed session and have a discussion with Eli. City manager. I'm going to mute that number there. Okay. David's back. Welcome back, David. David, can you hear us? Probably not. All right, David. David's back. So we're looking at future agenda items at this point. And actually, let me back up. David, did you want to vote? We lost you, right, when we were voting on the resolution 2020-20. Did you wish to vote on the motion was to reject the resolution and support Prop 20. So by voting yes, you reject the resolution. By voting no, you support it. Did you wish to vote on that?
I do not support Prop 20, so whatever side that fell on, because that was a little skipped up because their audio is like, I think I knew what you meant though. I know what you meant. I do. So the league doesn't support it, and I support the league's decision not to support it.
Now, okay, so let me rephrase that. The league, unfortunately, is saying vote yes. However, the council decided to vote no. So the motion was to reject the resolution proposed by the league, which would have been yes on 20. And by rejecting that resolution, the council is taking a position of no on Prop 20.
Yes, I reject it. I take the council's position.
Okay, so it's 5-0 then.
5-0. Okay, I just want to make sure that that's exactly when you lost. So, yeah. So now we're talking about future agenda items. What are, based on our discussion from tonight, I think we need to start working on a signage master plan, an emergency plan, and a traffic study are the things that really come up as emerging themes. Mr. Klompus?
Yeah, I want to make sure we include the drought communications plan.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have to, because of the lowering flow of Liffenholtz Creek, it's something that the committee is going to have to work on. And I would like to review at least what we'd like to perform or execute during the next meeting, whenever that meeting is.
Okay. And that may be our second meeting in October. If we put this off to the November meeting, we might not be in water. We need to be quicker than that. And actually, you've already taken direction to produce educational materials, so I don't think it really needs to come back to an agenda item.
Sooner the better.
Yeah. Other future agenda items?
If I could interject, so December 15th, which will be halfway between our, it'll be a week after our next council meeting. So we'll be meeting on December the 8th. But the STR Advisory Committee is suggesting that a joint meeting with the STR Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, and the City Council, like last year, be held this December instead of November. So it would be December 15th. Wanted to check to see if that works for everyone's agenda.
That's on a regular schedule. That's on, it may be on a Trails Committee if it's a shorter, but probably not. But the trails will probably meet in January. So I imagine that wouldn't work. But why does it have to be on a Tuesday?
Well, it doesn't have to be on a Tuesday. The committee just suggested Tuesday because they knew it was in between two council meetings. And then usually the Planning Commission meets on a Wednesday, which the third Wednesday would happen to be the 16th. So the 16th, the Planning Commission would be meeting. So the 15th, they thought would be a good day where the council would be available, they would be available, and the Planning Commission would be available.
Okay.
I'll make whatever work.
Yeah. And I would say to use one of the people's regular meeting schedules so that everybody doesn't have to make it a special one if we're doing a combo.
Well, the only problem, like the Planning Commission usually ends up having several meetings each month just so they can get through their agenda. So if that ate up one of their meetings, and that's their regular meeting. And then also in our case, as you can tell by tonight, we can't really normally do away with one of our meetings. And if we did the second meeting in the month, we're going to be closer to Christmas. So I think the 15th seems like a good day.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the advantages with Zoom is that you don't have to leave your house.
Except for Halloween.
All right, well, I think we have at least a good start. So at this point, I think I'm going to adjourn our regular meeting and ask the council to move for a closed session.
Steve, can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I would like it if we could maybe postpone this last part, it's after 10, and push our closed meeting to the next time we meet, and let's call this quits because it's getting late.
I will support that.
Okay, so if we have it at the beginning of a meeting, do you want a half hour or do you want an hour?
I think half
hour.
Cover it in half an hour.
Start at 5:30?
Okay, so we could start at 5:30. That's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right, Jack, you win.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You had a lot of resistance there, but
I noticed you tried to stop me. Thanks. Great.
Okay.
All right, with that, I'm going to adjourn tonight's meeting. Thank you very much for all of the discussion, and we will see you around town. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.